detailed information. Meetings can be viewed via live streaming on YouTube and the city website. The City of London is situated on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenape-Wauk, and Arawanaron. We honor and respect the history, languages, and culture of the diverse Indigenous people who call this territory home. The City of London is currently home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit today. As representatives of the people of the City of London, we are grateful to have the opportunity to work and live in this territory. The City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for meetings upon request. To make a request specific to this meeting, please contact pacpec@london.ca or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. At this time, I'll look for any disclosures of pecuniary interest. Seeing none, let's move on to consent item, one consent item. I'll look for a motion from committee. Councillor Frank, seconded by Councillor Robin. So I will now put this on the floor for any questions or comments. Councillor Pribble.
Thank you, through the chair to the staff. I have a question. If we can go to the first page of the report, page 4. By the way, thank you for including current council term approvals, which we are just over 27,000. I just want to ask if my understanding is correct. It is truly from the beginning of our term, because when I added it up, there were a few extra, but I think that was the November, December of the start of our term. So I just want to make sure that this number reflects the entire term of our council. Thank you.
I'll go to staff.
Through the chair, so we can confirm if maybe if we can, the councillor can share that data with us, and we'll just reconfirm that that's the correct number. But the expectation was that it was to include all of those that approved during that term. So we're happy to look at the other calculations that were been prepared.
Councillor.
Thank you for that, and again, thank you for including that. On the next page, and thank you again for including now the based on the average kind of our year-end projection, with having kind of, I don't know, 6-7 weeks left to the end of the year. Do we feel confident we can get over 3,000? And the reason why I'm asking is because actually I was hoping that that's our goal, to get at least over 3,000. How confident are we?
Go to staff.
Through the chair to the councillor, the numbers that were used for the November and December figures were the average for the last 5 years and take into consideration the same time frame in the season.
Councillor.
I did read it. I was hoping to be more confident, but let's hope we'll get there. I know we all do. Report 4.0, it's the CMHC. And there's one in the middle where it says apartment starts fell in the first 6 months. And when you go on the CMHC report, it says number one reason are high interest rates. And what kind of a little bit worries me, because this is the highest number or very high number that we've been approving. And now with the interest rates going down, do we feel kind of that this is going to change or more in favor? Because again, we need to put the shovels for these units as well, which was the highest number of approvals.
Staff.
Through the chair, absolutely, we're always very concerned about the interest rates and the impacts they can have, both positively and negatively. We've been kind of bucking the trend in London, where we have actually been approving a lot of apartment dwellings and homes. So we're hoping that it's only going to get better as interest rates start to drop, and hopefully, ideally, that some of the single-family homes and the other the types of housing that hasn't been moving forward in the last couple of years will start to accelerate. So I think it's a positive thing. It's going to be more work for us, but we're excited about. But we definitely are really seeing that we're hoping that that's going to have a very positive impact on housing in London.
Councillor.
Thank you. And last question, 5.0, completed housing initiatives. And what other months are we expecting to complete before the year end? And are there going to be some outstanding months that we plan to complete and they will not be completed? Thank you.
Go to staff.
Through the chair, so we're for the most part on track with all of our targeted actions. Probably the biggest one, and we are that we're on time for as well, is bringing forward a report on our land needs and the housing analysis that was done. And that's going to come forward in December. So this is really the report that will set the stage for what we're looking at as far as urban growth boundary adjustments. So that is going to be coming forward in December at the PEC meeting. So that's the most significant. Also in December, you'll see a report at SPPC related to the Housing Accelerator. So it's going to be a summary of all the work that we've been doing over the past year, give you an idea of where that funding has been allocated to, and give an update on those various initiatives.
Councillor,
Thank you very much. No more questions.
other comments or questions from committee? The committee will allow me just briefly from the chair. This, continues positive track. As Councillor Pribble alluded to, there are external factors that affect seeing what we change zoning on to actually seeing, properties built. I do see a trend with our building permits, which I believe is best indicator of that, kind of correlating with interest rates. So I'm hoping that continues. And as we've discussed before, if that's the case, we will see an acceleration in the number of permits coming towards our to our planning group. So I'm confident that we're prepared with staffing and procedurally to get those turned around as quickly as possible. We have a motion moved and seconded, so I'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, moving on to scheduled items. First item 3.1, this is regarding 3640 Dingman Drive. I'll look for a motion to open the public participation meeting. Councillor Rahman, seconded by Councillor Frank. I'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Any technical questions for staff from committee at this time? Seeing none, I'll go to the applicant, which is us, to kind of present this. Anyone? You don't have to. I think we all, if.
Through the chair, we can proceed, and if
Yeah, well, there'd be
something
questions
after,
to
we can
staff, yeah,
absolutely.
okay. Then we'll just go to the public then, on this item. Just in the past, when we've had a staff request, staff wanted to say a few words, but that's fine. We can go that way. So I'll look for members of the public that would like to address the committee, on this item. Please, sir, give us your name. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Matt Campbell here with Zelenka Priamo, here on behalf of the abutting landowner to the subject lands here at Tri Recycling. So I want to start out first off saying Tri Recycling is certainly a supporter of this proposed regional sports park. I think this is a great asset to the city. There was a big radio segment saying that the city certainly needs more sports facilities, and Tri Recycling is certainly supportive of that. We do have some concerns regarding the compatibility of these two uses. So Tri Recycling operates a heavy industrial use right next door to this proposed regional sports facility. And that heavy industrial use involves taking in approximately 100,000 tons of waste and household waste and construction materials. That's then turned into other products. There's also contracts for waste processing services with the city. And that use obviously involves, it's a heavy industrial use. It involves loaders, grinders, heavy truck traffic, typical of a very heavy industrial use. Typically, we can expect emissions of noise, odor, dust, vibrations, and those would likely be perceived off-site. And we just want to be sure that tri-recycling and their ongoing operations, which again is partly contracted with the City of London, we want to make sure that their operations are not hindered here. Again, tri-recycling is not opposing the city's regional sports park. We just want them to be appropriately protected. And there's a couple of mechanisms that we can use to ensure that tri-recycling is protected. One of which is already in the city's staff report, although I'm going to suggest some augmentation to that. And that is the recommendation that the Site Plan Approval Authority be requested to explore opportunities for landscaping. We might want to go a little bit further on that to request that site plan have a robust landscape buffer along the city's easterly property line, as well as fencing. We want to make sure that no one is crossing over onto tri-recycling's property. You can imagine a situation where you have a big soccer tournament going on with a bunch of little kids, and if you've been to a soccer tournament with a lot of kids, there's a lot of kids running around, and eyes are not necessarily on everyone at all times. We want to make sure that no one accidentally ventures onto tri-recycling's property. We think that landscaping and a robust fence would be a great way to mitigate those potential impacts and ensure that users of that sports facility have a great experience. We just want to avoid any negative experiences from those people who are going to be using that great facility that may fall back onto tri-recycling, who are just doing their normal day-to-day operations. Now, I will request that Planning Committee and through Council put together a council resolution that requests that the Site Plan Approval Authority enter into an agreement with tri-recycling to ensure no adverse impact to both their existing operations and their ability to expand north on that property. There's a significant amount of land that is zoned for a recycling facility, and tri-recycling does have plans in the works to expand that facility. Again, we want to make sure that this is a highly compatible relationship. Again, tri-recycling is very supportive of this use. It's a big booster for all events in the city, and we want to ensure that compatibility is maintained so that facility can be as best as it can be. I'm happy to answer any questions on behalf of our client. Thank you.
Thank you. Look for other speakers from the public. Please, sir, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
My name's Angus Johnson, and just to clarify, I'm going to be commenting on actually 3 different proposals here in the course of what I'm doing, so bear with me. First of all, so I can see, okay, the last time I talked to this committee when the Oxford developments were up for consideration, I expressed concern about thousands of vehicles and their resulting transportation emissions, and I think that scenario needs a little correcting. My mistake was to predict that new developments would create large increases in emissions by bringing in new vehicles. Google environmental information about transportation emissions in London in 2023 shows that London's transportation emissions increased by 4%. Significantly, those emissions are higher than pre-COVID 2018. The roughly 273,000 vehicles in London were responsible for roughly 3 metric tons per vehicle of emissions. London's population grew by 0.776%, about 4,000 new residents, and they brought about 2,500 more vehicles to the city, which was responsible for about 7,600 metric tons of emissions. That's less than 1/4 of the 4% increase. So most of that 4% increase was caused by vehicles already here that were just commuting more. So it's just a mistake to make too much of a connection between new housing and increased emissions. The future is going to imitate the past. Only a fraction of new housing will actually be occupied by new population. Most of it will be bought up or rented by population already here. So as most of the 6,700 houses that were sold in 2023 were already purchased by households already here. And there are probably different factors that contributed to that increased commuting, but one major factor still relates to the pandemic. Before the pandemic, 6% of London's workers worked in a home or hybrid model. By May 22nd, it was about 24.5%. Since then, employers have changed more work back to the non-remote model, and as of May 24, the amount of Londons was reduced to 19%. So in 2023, a significant number of workers returned to driving to work and contributed to transportation emissions that are now.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
right now we're discussing the development at 3640 Dingman Drive.
Yeah.
So I'll ask that you keep your comments to that specific item, please.
All right. Okay.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
You have 2.5 minutes left.
Okay. That message that I intended to deliver of other developments at least 2 months ago. Unfortunately, my plans for things changed a little, and they were turned upside down when I had to deal with 3 hurricanes in the last 13 months that descended on my home in Tarpon Springs, Florida, focusing more of my time down there than here. On the heels of that experience, I have some comments about the relationship between emissions and catastrophic flooding and how it should affect our plans for development here. Like Northern Hemisphere hurricanes, Helene formed an immense clockwise rotation of wind. Near the center of the cyclone, moisture was actually pushed to the top and rotated to the bottom. So the dangers of the top of hurricanes are wind and rain on the bottom and storm surge. As the hurricane travels further north through the Gulf, the prayers of coastal owners are that it won't directly hit your backyard, or at least that it will make landfall south of where you live. So you'll just get rain and wind, not storm surge. Helene made landfall near Perry, Florida, and the northern Nature Coast caused unprecedented storm surge flooding for
Point of order,
300
Chair.
miles to the south. But the real game
Excuse me,
changer.
sir.
Excuse me?
Hold on a second. We have a point of order. Councilor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, I'm just wondering if you could remind the speaker again that we have the content of his letter, and he's reading it verbatim, and he has one paragraph that's related to this exact item. I'm just wondering if it's possible to move to that paragraph.
Yes, I thank you for raising that point of order. I agree with you. Mr. Johnson, again,
Okay.
please get to the point of what we're discussing here, which is
Okay.
property at Dingman Drive.
I think I will do
If you can
that.
tie it in, please, I
Okay.
appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Catastrophic rainfall events are developing faster, increasing in size, traveling further, and causing more flooding. The science that connects all this to global warming is 300 years old. To this point, London's closest brush with a massive rain event happened in August 23 in southwest Middlesex. What was termed a once-in-a-century deluge. Implications, a catastrophic flooding risk for the projects considered in this meeting. 3640 Dingman Drive. The park proposed for 3640 Dingman Drive is an excellent example of a flood mitigation strategy. Green spaces needed to be protected and increased across the city because of their ability to absorb floodwaters. For the same reason, we should be limiting growth of pavement and impervious surfaces and increasing water retention areas. Regarding 566 Southdale, Easy Street, and 142 Commissioners Road
30
West.
seconds.
Now, do I get a little more time for doing this
Nope.
because this is the second item?
Sorry, sir, we get 5 minutes.
These developments need to be redesigned to accommodate the mature trees on these properties that should not be removed. The root structure of these trees creates channels for accelerating the displacement of floodwater and easing the effects of flooding. In this way, trees are an important flood mitigation strategy. Regarding 145 Baseline Road West, 383 Clarke Road, in these areas, only above-grade buildings should be considered.
And
Basements,
that's your time, sir.
underground parking should.
That's enough. Thank you very much. I'll look for other speakers. Ask the clerk if there's anyone online. Seeing no one online and no one else in the gallery, I'll look for a motion to close PPM. Councilor Rahman, seconded by Councilor Frank, and I'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. I'll put this on the floor for committee members. Looking for a motion. Deputy Mayor Lewis moves it. Councilor Rahman seconds. So we have motion moved in second. Look for discussion, questions. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. So very happy to see this coming forward. It's generated a lot of excitement in the public already, and I think that the timing with the Parks and Recreation Master Plan update on the Community and Protective Services Committee agenda yesterday speaks to how these things move hand in glove across the corporation of the City of London. We do look at things in coordination. They don't always line up. That's the reality of our jobs sometimes, but in this case, they are lining up. You know, I've heard a lot of suggestions already, so I think it's really important to underline today, this is a zoning housekeeping change that we're making. We are not deciding today what is going to go into that space once the zoning is taken care of. That will be part of a larger conversation that will be held with the community. There will be public consultations. I'm going to presume that when the parks team takes over, they will be looking at a get involved site and things like that. But we certainly know that we have a need for outdoor sports field amenities in the City of London. We lost a number of soccer fields when the province sold off the land at the former psychiatric hospital. Excited that there's 8,400 units of housing coming there, but at the same time, we lost some sports fields. Soccer might be an option here. Certainly, the game of cricket or the sport of cricket is exploding in our community, and I know that there's a lot of interest in perhaps having some appropriate cricket facilities available. Baseball, you know, these things are draws. I've had already some conversations with the folks at Tourism London, because these kind of regional sports field attractions, while they may not always put heads in beds, and sometimes they will for tournaments, but even when we have play for a day visits to our city from around the region, that does have an economic impact from tourism as well, even those day visits. So I know talking to Mr. Jarvis already over at Tourism London, our sports tourism team is excited to see the potential here too, and they will engage with our park staff as well. So I hear the excitement. I think it's important to underline for folks, this is just the first step of what is going to be a long process before we actually develop the site out as parks amenity space. But it is an important first step. And I think it will also provide some great space in the future as we see more development in that part of the city. I will now take the opportunity, though, to suggest that while I'm prepared to move the staff recommendation, I do want to move an amendment with respect to the site plan. And it's a very small one, but I do want to add that the site plan authority be requested to include in the following design. When we were talking about clause DI, they explore the opportunities to provide the enhanced all-season landscape or buffers along the eastern property line. I would like that to read all-season landscape buffers and appropriate privacy fencing along the eastern property line, because I think the point that was raised by Mr. Campbell on behalf of Try Recycling is quite valid. And I have been at sports events where kids wander off. The eyes are not on a whole team at the whole time. And given the nature of Try's work next door, and Try Recycling has always been a great community partner, but given the nature of the work, we don't want kids wandering over into their facility while the adults are watching the play and misplace where a player happens to be at the moment, or a ball gets thrown or kicked or whatever off the property, and then they go to retrieve it, and those kind of things happen. So I would just like to make that small change in part DI to include all season landscape buffers and fencing along the eastern property line.
And I'll just double check with your seconder that that's fine. She's nodding yes. Okay, so your motion has been changed. Are you finished? Okay, then I'll go to Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you, you read my mind on the amendment, so thank you for adding that in. So very supportive of the opportunity that's in front of us, and had very similar concerns to what Try Recycling had raised, as this is a unique and needed facility, of course, in our community. So definitely want to make sure that we can have facilities that coexist with Try Recycling as well. I'm not sure how many people saw the article from the London Free Press talking about London high school football and the need for football. So, of course, you didn't mention that, Deputy Mayor Lewis, so I'll throw that in there as well, the need for football and AstroTurf in our community. And so creating more opportunities for that is also really key to keep athletes that play and live in the city for championship games and things like that, as well as our field shortages. So it is for sure something that I think we'd all like to see, and it's great to see these amenities coming to this part of the city. Would love to see more of those as well in the Northwest. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Other comments or questions from committee or visiting councilors? Okay, if committee will permit a comment from the chair. Yeah, this has generated a lot of interest, which I think, from the community, which I think gives us an indication that, you know, while housing obviously is our focus here, there's no question about it. These other things that make cities livable and great and fun, desirable to live in. And with the progress and the rush to get roofs over people's heads, we cannot forget about this aspect. And so I commend staff for having foresight to be proactive. Usually these things are thought of once housing is all around. Oh, we need some facilities here for those folks living there. I think this is the way to go. Find areas that we're going to be developing and get ahead of the curve, set aside land and start making plans for it. And then the development will come around. So fantastic to see that. I'm glad the deputy mayor mentioned that the uses of this facility and potential uses will be not decided at this committee, but the other committee where the master plan for Parks and Rec will be presented, and then this facility will be going out for public participation, but within the guidelines of that master plan. Everyone has different ideas of what they'd like to see there. For sure, big fields like soccer, cricket, football, baseball, those are the natural things. I too noticed that our high school championship was being played in St. Thomas, which I don't think is a good thing. So I'm hoping, you know, as we progress with this facility and others, that we keep these things in mind. Okay. Oh, sorry. The clerk has advised me that Councillor Ploza has joined us and wishes to speak. So I'll go to you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the ward councillor, thanks for having me today. Just, you'll have me a couple times today, actually. Just on this one through you to staff, as you did mention that even in South London, we have lost the sports fields on Exeter Road. So glad that this green space is coming to South London. But through you to staff, residents are also asking if part of this accommodation could be for a dog park in the area. I know that's been on the city's radar as well, with this park and outdoor space. Also looking to know, there's a cycling trail that comes down South London past Exeter Road and currently ends at a fence line on city property. Is there any chance that that route could be routed through part of this area to make it to Dingman, as currently it ends at the fence line and you kind of need to go into the creek that's just the other side of Try Recycling?
So I'll go to staff on that. There's a question regarding the cycling paths and dog park.
Through the chair, it's John Griffin from Parks Design and Construction. I think those two, thanks for your question, Councillor. We can evaluate those types of alternatives through the detailed design process for the project and look at pathway connections and possibly dog amenities for the site when we get to that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. I know just sometimes we have different departments working on different things, and just letting you know what the public's feedback so far has been over this last 6 years of terms of council. Just supportive of this development and the application. I know we're not to site plan yet, but just realizing the report also says in 2025 you will do public engagement. Just hoping that the residents who serve in the public liaison committee for the W12A landfill can be made aware of this great project as well. I will do my part in extending it, just realizing that they are greening some space out there anyways and would love to be involved. So thank you, and those are my comments.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll go to the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I want to respond to something that was said, because I think it's important to underscore this, and it relates to this item in the fact that we may need to develop partnership opportunities as well. And with all due respect, Chair, through you, you referenced the Thames Valley District School Board Football Championships, but I think it's important to point out that the Thames Valley School Board is not limited to the London, City of London boundaries, that in fact, the final was still played within the Thames Valley School Board catchment area. And this is one of the challenges I think that we're going to face in the future as we look to these regional designs, is that funding is limited at the municipal level, as we all know. And I think as we look to partnerships, we're going to have to keep in mind that some of these lines on maps are sometimes rather arbitrary, and that our partners may not always align with the City of London's municipal boundaries themselves. So whether we're talking about the school board, we may want to have, in a case like this, you know, a purchase of service or a memorandum of understanding with neighboring municipalities like St. Thomas for their ability to use the fields as well. That might include a financial contribution at some point to developing the site. But I think it's really important, especially as we look at areas that are, if not on, but in relatively close proximity to the edges of our city, that we are cognizant of the fact that there are partnership opportunities that may not align to see these things serve just the residents of London. There may be regional partnerships involved in those.
Okay, other comments or questions? We have a motion moved and seconded, so I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Moving on to 3.2, this is regarding 383 Clarke Road and 1906 Whitney Street. I'll look for a motion to open the public participation meeting. Councillor Frank, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Any questions of technical nature for staff? Seeing none, I'll go to the applicant. The applicant would like to address committee. Please, sir, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Dan Murphy. I'm a planner with Civic Planning and Design, representing our client DBNM Investment and Management Limited, who is the owner and the developer of the property at 383 Clarke Road and 1906 Whitney Street. We're very excited to be reaching this exciting milestone with this development, which proposes a 2.5-story, 10-unit residential development on the subject lands. The site was purchased by our client with the vision to provide infill and intensification through transit-oriented development within close proximity to Argyle Mall and its transit hub. As part of this project, we underwent our own community engagement program designed to engage nearby residents early in the planning process. Over 50 postcards were distributed to surrounding homes and businesses, notifying them of this proposed development. We would later host an online webinar on July 30th of this year to share and gather information directly with those residents. Based on the feedback we received, we were able to make changes to the site design to address concerns surrounding privacy and the access to the site. Among those changes, a lower building height than what was typically permitted in the R8 zone is being proposed. At 10.5 meters or 2.5 stories, the proposal is in keeping with what is existing on the site today and acts to minimize privacy concerns onto adjacent yards. The internal layout of the building has been designed to orient buildings and balconies to the rear and front of the buildings, reducing the amount of overlook from the side yards onto neighboring properties. Furthermore, privacy fencing will be installed along the boundary of the site to reduce overlook and other privacy concerns. In response to the city's access management guidelines, vehicle access has been provided via Whitney Street, removing the potential for vehicle conflicts on Clarke Road. This proposal provides for contextual, respectful infill and intensification and contributes to a range and mix of housing options within a highly accessible location in East London, just footsteps from Argyle Mall and the transit hub. This proposal meets the intent of the neighborhood's place type and the London plan. I want to thank Chloe Cernak and the rest of the planning and development staff for their work on this proposal. We are in full agreement with the staff recommendation, and we appreciate your time and consideration of the application today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for other speakers that would like to address committee. I'll ask if there's anyone online. Seeing none online and no one in the gallery, I'll look for a motion to close PPM. Deputy Mayor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Rahman. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
I'll look for a motion from committee. Deputy Mayor Lewis moves it, seconded by Councillor Rahman for discussion. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be brief on this one. This is a Ward 2 development. Happy to see this coming forward. There were some neighbor concerns expressed during the meeting that was held by the developer. I think that they addressed the majority of the concerns around the privacy. Part of it is through the architectural design and how the balcony design is done. This is much needed. You look at the location, they could have sought a higher, more intense use. They did not, but at the same time, it will be intensifying the use and is infill and will provide some much needed rental units in the East End. So, and also located directly across the road from Argyle Mall, lots of amenities immediately available to the residents, a large transit station right across the road for those who need to rely on transit to get around. So it's a great location for some, what I would describe as fairly gentle but valuable infill.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? We have a motion moved and seconded. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, moving on to 3.3. This is regarding 1195 Gainsborough Road. I'll look for a motion to open the PPM. Councillor Frank moves it, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Any questions of a technical nature for staff? Seeing none, I'll look for the applicant. Please, sir. Nope. You're the applicant?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, you go first. Please give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
All right, thank you, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Matt Litwinchuk, land use planner with Zelenka Priamo. We're the planning consultants for the applicant and this zoning bylaw amendment to permit an additional single-story light industrial building on 1195 Gainsborough Road. I'd like to first thank staff for all their work on the project to date. We have been working collaboratively with staff to work out the details of this zoning bylaw amendment. We have reviewed the staff report and are pleased with the recommendation. Not only is the purpose of this zoning bylaw amendment to permit an additional light industrial building on the subject lands, but also to formalize some of the existing uses within the existing building, as well as add complementary and relatable additional permitted uses on the subject lands. The proposal also provides an appropriate servicing solution, which is to bring servicing from High Park and Gainsborough out to the subject lands, in addition to providing enhanced protection to the abutting municipal drain, the Stanton Drain, and environmental protection area. Further details regarding this will be redefined through the SPA phase. We have also had extensive discussions with the UTRCA. We have responded to their questions and concerns, and they have expressed satisfaction with the proposal to date. It's our professional planning opinion that from a policy perspective, the proposal is supported by all levels of provincial and local planning policy. And finally, which is, I think, the most important thing, the introduction of this new facility and uses will directly aid in job creation. Lots of people will be employed from the city and surrounding area, thereby contributing directly to the local economy. That's all I have today. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for other members of the public that would like to address this committee. Please, sir, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
I'm Philip Bielman from 1164 and 1198 Gainsborough Road across the
the road. We've owned the property since 1990, and it was within the township of London when we purchased it, and it was zoned light industrial. In 1996, with John Brandt, the city moved to annex our lands into the city, which became part of the City of London then. In 2015, the city initiated a move to change the zoning of our property to neighborhoods type, and it was concluded in 2022. We have two light industrial buildings there, a 6,400 square foot building and a 39,000 square foot building. Subsequent to the move to alter the zoning to neighborhoods type, we have applied for an IPR, initial proposal report. Prior to COVID, 2018, it was approved in principle with many requests for studies, which we've embarked on and completed the archaeological one, for instance, and that's been registered at the ministry. Some of the concerns I have is that our proposal presented to the city was for a fairly well-developed, low-density residential development, falling in line with the change of zoning for our property, with 70 and 85-foot frontage lots, hopefully to accommodate a net zero approximation in construction. And you can't really do that very well with smaller residences. It's too expensive. So that's what we projected and proposed and embarked on doing the studies prior to COVID, continuing to do that and continuing to hope to do that. The concerns that I have is the congruency of uses. Largely in a residential area on the north side of the road, of Gainsborough Road, up to 1195, there are 9 detached homes and 2 commercial properties. On the south side, there are 2 commercial properties and a dentist's office and a mid-rise residential building. And then on the Prince of Wales, 2 side yards onto Gainsborough Road. So the concern is with the mix, increasing a couple of concerns. One is with the mix of zoning, light industrial intensifying, and yet in our side, on our property, it has been taken away from us without consultation. So, I'm just wondering, do we change our directive? Do we, move toward intensifying industry, or do we capitulate and change the zoning or change the type of development that we're going to have on our property, which would really be, I would say, a big disappointment for us. So that would be the main concern, is the lack of congruency, in my opinion, of the development going on to Gainsborough Road. There are largely residential homes. It continues to be largely residential. The second concern is that the drainage ditch, the Stanton drain, the Upper Thames Conservation Authority requires a 15 or asking for 15 meter buffers on each side of high water mark. And this proposal for the second building actually encroaches within that for laneway and parking within the buffer. I'm just wondering if this is a direction which the city and the Conservation Authority are willing to accept, if that's going to become a benchmark for development. If so, I mean, I'm not saying that it shouldn't. I'm just
pointing it out, that if that's the case, we would like to have consideration in that regard as well. So
30 seconds.
So I would request that the council would have a resolution and agreement with our company, Trevgar Incorporated, that there would be no negative impact upon our plans to ensure compatibility between both types of developments, the low-density industrial as zoning changes, and a memorandum of an understanding with the city and our neighbor, if possible.
Thank you. Look for the next speaker. So clerk, if there's anyone online. There's no one online. I don't see anyone else in the gallery. So I'll look for a motion to close the public participation meeting. Councillor Frank, seconded by Councillor Robin. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
So there was one question raised there by the gentleman regarding the buffer encroachment on a 15 meter buffer. I'm not sure if our 15 foot, I wasn't too clear on the dimensions there, but wondering if staff could comment on that.
Through the chair, there's some existing parking on the subject lands that are encroaching within the 15-meter buffer that is proposed. That parking has existed well for a long time on this site. The proposed parking is outside of that existing buffer, or the 15-meter buffer, and that's closer towards the building. It remains outside of the current LI1 zone that's on the property. That's why we're requesting the proposed zone of the OS4 to have a special provision to permit that parking within the OS4 zone, as that's not a permitted use within that. So we're trying to kind of provide more parking on the site and allow for the parking that's existing to be put onto the site.
And there was also a comment that this could be used as a benchmark or a precedent. Would staff comment on that?
To the chair. So every development is reviewed on its own merits and on the policy and regulations of the day. If there was a future development to the south, it would then be reviewed and those setbacks would be established based on what's proposed and what the rules of the day are.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll put this to the committee. I'll look for discussion, motions, et cetera. Councillor Frank.
Thank you. I was going to ask a question about the buffer, but given that was answered, I'm fine to move the staff recommendation.
Look for a seconder. Deputy Mayor Lewis seconds. So your motion moved in second. Now I'll look for comments or questions. Councillor Robin.
Thank you, and through you. So first I want to thank the applicant and the guest who spoke to his concerns as well. You know, it's the reason why we have public participation meetings, is to learn more about some of the other development plans in the area, which I was not aware of, the additional residential uses in the area for that particular property. So that is good to know and for consideration. I did want to just inquire with staff about the change in use, and it's outlined in the report a number of times that there were permitted uses and then there were additional uses that were taking place on the site, and that this helps to address some of those additional uses. Specifically have some concerns around the bus storage in the area. It is quite an extensive amount of space that's being used for storage of buses. Yellow school buses. Just wondering if staff might be able to comment on, with the proposed additional building, whether or not all of that use will continue to be the same.
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, the use will be permitted, but it's up to the applicant to determine where that storage and what is going to be established on the site, as it's currently used for the parking for the buses, but it may be changing based on where the location of that new building is going.
Councillor.
Thank you. And with the change to open space, I mean, this does abut the Hyde Park Rotary Trail as well. And these were not permitted uses to begin with in the trail area. So I'm just wondering why we see this as highest and best use for the use of parking and keeping vehicles, but also there's lots of comments in the report about inadequate parking or concerns around having adequate parking at 130 spaces.
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, the proposal is permitting 130 parking spaces on the site. Some of those parking spaces without the parking spaces in the buffer, it would be well below that limit. We're trying to give the applicant flexibility for the uses on the site to permit that 130 spaces. They really require requiring 199 based on some of those uses, but with the reduction, it gives them that flexibility to allow for more parking or less parking up to that 130.
Councillor.
Thank you. So one of the uses currently is for a recreational facility or recreational space with Cheer Strike and other groups using that space. It is quite a busy area, and it is not very easy to get to by transit. There's no sidewalks, as far as I remember, in front of this property, and there is no bicycle link to it right now, currently on that stretch of Gainsborough. So it is very car-centric and very car-reliant in this area, particularly for this use, and they do get quite a bit of traffic. Now, there is some mention of driveway extensions, and I'm just wondering whether or not you can comment on the driveway capacity, as this has become actually quite a accident-prone area in this part of the ward.
Go staff.
Through the chair, the driveway extensions are to extend the driveway towards the rear of the site. There's no changes to the existing access, so we have no concerns.
Councillor.
Thank you. Yeah, so I appreciate all the answers to the questions that have been put forward. I'm a bit torn on this. I appreciate the answers regarding the property across and the zoning and where they were in pre-consultation. I'm appreciative to staff for answering the questions that have come up regarding this proposal. I've not heard from any members of my ward or community around any particular concerns, other than that this is an essential facility for a lot of young people that use it for recreational purposes. So, and from the bus company, that it's a very needed storage facility for their buses, so I'm inclined to support it.
Look for other comments or questions. We have a motion moved and seconded. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Moving on to 3.4 regarding 145 Baseline Road West. I'll look for a motion to open the public participation meeting. Councillor Frank, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Any questions of a technical nature for staff? Seeing none, I'll look for the applicant. If the applicant would like to address the committee, please, sir, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair, Committee. My name is Jerzy Smolarek. I'm a partner at Civic Planning and Design here in London, and we are here representing the owner of 145 Baseline Road West. We want to thank staff for the review of this planning application, although we respectfully disagree with their recommendation. We believe this project is a great example of gentle intensification within an existing neighborhood where units can be brought to market rather quickly. We also believe that the proposal meets all local and provincial planning policies. Just for context, just want to explain how the site currently works. There are currently 5 triplex buildings on the property. Each building has 2 two-bedroom units and 1 one-bedroom unit. Each unit has a finished main floor and an unfinished basement. The site currently has an informal parking area with 16 parking spaces accessed by a one-way driveway from baseline, exiting out onto West Street. When we were brought on board, oftentimes as we are, as a planning firm, we're asked, what's the highest and best use of this property? What could be done on this land? And one of the things we look at is the official plan. The London plan in this case, for guidance to understand what the planned future intents of the lands are. In this case, it's on a neighborhood connector and a neighborhood street. So until recently, which staff has approved, but we're waiting on approval from the province for potentially stacked towns. Otherwise, at that time, it was just townhouses. However, we also looked at the potential exists within the existing zoning. So today, as the zoning that exists today on the property, the R31 zone, and the size of the property would allow us to actually request for severance of this lot into 10 lots. With the demolition of the 5 buildings, we could build 10 buildings with 4 units in each one, totaling up to 40 units. However, we looked at other options because that is an expensive option to do, to have to tear down the properties, build brand new from scratch. One of the options we looked at as well was is there any space within the existing buildings that is underutilized, and how could that be better used? Looking at that, it revealed that the basements, which are unfinished, range in with ceiling heights between 7 and 11 feet in height. It would be very easy to actually separate those and create 15 independent units with some cosmetic renovations to the upper units, adding laundry facilities to those units in that main floor space. This option would only require 2 special provisions in the existing zone and allow for the quickest way to add a decent amount of units with the least amount of construction. Additionally, these basement units will be more attainable due to the fact that market rates for basement apartments are typically less than main floor units. I want to address some of the staff concerns that were brought up in the staff report. Staff had cited that unit size, egress, access to sunlight, and unit location are all things they are concerned about. However, none of those things are actually covered by the official plan or the zoning bylaw. In fact, those are covered by the Ontario Building Code, which is something that has to be met for these units to actually be built. Secondly, there's a notion and a mention of a lack of amenity space. This was mentioned early on, and we had wanted to show through our application process that there actually is, in fact, enough amenity space on the site. In fact, with the area that we show on our concept plan, we have 14.5 square meters of amenity space per unit, which is much more than even the application that was just approved previously at 383 Clarke Road. The only metric that we received where it measures intensity from staff, where they felt that it was too much intensity on the site, was the fact that the R3 zone requires 180 square meters of lot area per unit, and that we're asking for 108, so 108. One thing that this doesn't take into account is the fact that there are 5 triplexes on one property, which share a lot of the functions that typically one building would. So if each of these lots were separate, each of them would require a driveway, a parking area, a way to have garbage function, their own amenity space. And in this case, because it's a cluster, we are able to share a lot of these spaces. And in fact, the minimum requirement of landscaped open space on the site is only 20%, and we're able to achieve 40% because of the fact that we're sharing a lot of these amenities.
30 seconds.
Lastly, I just want to refer back that 40 units are already allowed on this site if we were to sever it into 10 units or 10 lots. I did want to just address one last thing that our client wanted to say, is that we are bringing forward a proposal of committing to keep all tenants on property, all the existing remaining tenants on the property. There's 7 of them that are remaining. There's 15 existing units. We are committing to moving those tenants into temporary housing on the site until such a time that their units are renovated and they'll be able to come back. And that is actually something that's included in our added agenda item as well. Thank you, and here to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you. Look for other speakers. Please, ma'am, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Hello, I'm Courtney, and I'm currently a tenant at 145 Baseline Road West. And I'd like to take an opportunity to talk about the bigger issue here, and it's renoviction. So you are looking at a renoviction in real time. We have 10 different units. A lot of them are vulnerable populations. I have a single mother beside me who has 6 children. If 40 or 30 units are permitted, we lose half of our space. Could you imagine 7 people living in 650 square feet? I measured my apartment yesterday, and my upstairs unit is 680 square feet. Right now, I rent the upstairs and the downstairs. So we got an issue for eviction 4 days after they took possession of the property. I don't believe them when they say that they're looking to keep us on site. They're looking to get rid of us so they can make 3 times as much. It's important that our elected officials stick up for our tenants and our rights and our contracts that we have with these individuals. And I don't agree with predatory investing, and that is what's happening here. So please, please, please consider me and all my neighbors. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. For other speakers? Please, man, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Stephanie. I'm also a resident of 145 Baseline. I apologize if mine is not as formal as everybody else here today. One thing that really resonated with me today is, Councillor, when you mentioned the importance of having the city be an enjoyable place to live. We're talking about putting 60 families in 5 houses. I don't see how that's an enjoyable environment to live. Also, if you've ever had the pleasure of coming by 145 Baseline on garbage night, you will see that there is a wall of garbage already. Adding 15 more units to this house would be very unappealing to the city as well. Not to mention that I have lived there for 10 years. I also grew up in the house across the street. I've been in this area for about 27 years now. It is a very beautiful residential area, and I think by allowing 60 families to live in these 5 houses would definitely affect the appealingness of the residential space. Also, with parking, there is already a very narrow driveway, which does have 16 spaces, but half the people don't drive, and it's already full. It's very hard to get through. I don't even let my friends come. I tell them to park on the road. So if you do have extended parking, or I don't know what the parking plans are for that area, I could just imagine the parking on the road as well, if I'm already getting people to park on the road. Thank you, guys. I hope I'm just speaking from my heart.
You did a good job. Thank you. Any other comments from the gallery? I'll ask Clarke if there's anyone online.
Carlos?
Carla, please give us your full name and you have 5 minutes.
Hello. Okay, can you guys see me? Oh, okay.
We can hear you.
Okay, sounds good. Hi there. I'm the applicant. Yeah, and I just wanted to answer any questions that might come up. You can hear it from the horse's mouth. I just wanted to touch. Oh, can you guys still hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. So I just wanted to touch on the so-called renoviction, this buzzword that keeps going around. Nobody's getting evicted. I've been in talks with Councillor Frank for quite a bit. We have proposed a temporary housing for all tenants while their units are being renovated. So this is not a renoviction. A renoviction, what you see on the news, is when landlords kick people out and then they raise rents and they're not allowed back in. It's a little bit different from this. This is temporary change in unit while we add units, because much like these tenants want to have a roof over their heads, other people want to have a roof over their heads as well. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to add more units. There's been 3 articles on the London Free Press about this, and there is probably thousands on the housing crisis. So there certainly needs to be more housing. I know, Councillor Lehman, you said that housing is a primary concern. Councillor Lewis, you said that there's much needed rental units. I mean, there's no surprise that there's a supply issue here in London, and that's what we're trying to do. In terms of parking, we're surpassing the parking requirement of 0.5 parking spots per unit. We are going to improve the garbage situation because right now there's no bin. We're going to propose a bin, and the bin is in the justification report. I've been in deep talks with Councillor Frank and have addressed every single point that these tenants have mentioned, because I don't know if they understand that they're not getting evicted. They're simply being moved over to another unit within the same complex. So they're not going to be moving locations while we build more units. That way other people can access housing. In addition to that, I want to make it clear that everyone's rent will remain the exact same. So it will not be touched. It won't be touched from what it currently is. And that's the message that I wanted to get across. So, and I'm here to answer any questions if you wanted to hear it from the horse's mouth itself.
Thank you. I'll look for, I'm sorry, you had your time. Any other comments or questions? We have another person online. Please go ahead, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Paola Cano?
Yep. Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Please give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Paula. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for listening. I want to share why I support the new project plan for 145 Baseline. I bought a unit in the building right next to this property where my mother-in-law lives. We look directly onto the 145 complex, and I've noticed that it has been neglected for some time. Unfortunately, the property shows signs of poor maintenance with visible garbage, cigarette butts, and at times police presence. I really believe that with this new owner, things will get much better. They're planning to invest in the property and make it look nice and manage well. This would make a big difference for the neighborhood, which right now could use some improvement in that spot. Also, the plan for the 15 more units is a positive thing. There is a big need for housing in our area, especially small apartments that seniors and others are looking for. Many people who live around here don't drive because it's easy to walk to places like No Frills or Choppers. So I don't think more people here will add to parking problems. This project will fit well with all the new buildings that have gone up recently, and I believe it will make the area look better and meet the needs of people looking for affordable small apartments. I believe this project will be a positive addition that aligns with the growth and needs of our neighborhood. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any others that would like to address the committee? Ask Clerk if there's anyone else online. Okay, seeing no one else, I'll look for a motion to close the PPM. Councillor Frank, seconded by Councillor Robin. I'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, I'll put this one on the floor for committee. Councillor Frank.
Thank you. As a ward councillor, I want to share some thoughts and ask a couple questions of staff to start, because I would like to hear from some other councillors, their thoughts on this one as well. I've spoken with some of the remaining residents, and you can read their feedback, and you've been able to hear from 2 of them today. As well, I have been speaking regularly with the applicant, the consultant, to try and figure out a way to make the best of this project. I think it is a very unique project given the attempt to do gentle density and build within the building envelopes. At the same time, there are existing tenants, so that brings its own complexities. And I'm sure as you have read the report, there are 15 units. As we've heard, there are 7 that are still occupied, 8 that are vacant. The tenants today who are living there pay a very affordable rate compared to today's market, and would be very difficult for them to find something comparable. And as you've probably read in the news or in the report, the basements are being reported as used as storage, but we've also heard that they're being used as carpentry space, lounge area, workout spaces, rec room. So it does sound like the tenants are using them and have the right to use them for a variety of uses, especially the folks with children. It sounds like that space is well used. And I do appreciate, as the applicant mentioned, offering temporary placement agreements, so trying to shuffle the tenants through that are existing. We have been discussing that as an option, trying to keep the tenants housed throughout this process. I think the only issue remains that they would lose their basements, which is a significant amount of space that they are using. Whether we approve 20 units or 30, the basements would be gone, and those tenants are actively using that space. I did ask if possible if the consultant would consider moving the existing tenants into 2 houses and then just renovate the other 3, because none of the actual buildings, none of them are empty fully. But unfortunately, given that this is all one parcel as well, there's no way, in my understanding, for us to say, like, you can renovate this unit that's empty, this unit that's empty, and this one. It would have to be essentially, you can have this many units and you decide. So that adds another layer of complexity because, in my opinion, I feel like the 8 empty units, I don't imagine anyone would mind having a basement apartment given that the unit is now empty. But like I said, you can't pick which ones. On the other hand, I do worry if we refuse the application, it could go to the Ontario Land Tribunal, get approved, and then everyone would be probably out of their entire apartment, and there's no temporary affordable or temporary placement agreements in place. Also, as we heard from the consultant, if the applicant tore down the building and built new ones, everyone would lose their housing, which isn't great because it would permanently displace the tenants. They wouldn't be able to come back, and it would make the future building more unaffordable. So there's a con to that side too, and as you can kind of see, I don't really feel like there's necessarily a win situation for everyone. We need more units, but we also don't want to lose affordable units or living space. And I'm finding that to be a bit of a struggle. I really wish we could pick which units you could renovate and then take the ones that are empty and do those ones. But I'm worried that reducing the unit sizes will definitely underhouse some of those families. So that's a variety of my comments. I do have a couple questions for staff. One of them I kind of hinted at, but if possible, are we able to dictate which units can be converted? Example, there's 8 empty ones. Can those ones be converted into basement apartments through this zoning process?
I'll go to staff.
Through the chair, it's my understanding that we could actually possibly direct the number of units per building in specific zoning. I'm not sure how that wording would play out, but it is a possibility.
Counselor?
Thank you. I'd like to follow up with that just because that does make sense. Let's say right now you have 3 units per building. If you do 4 though, would that then just mean though the whole basement could be turned into 1 unit, or would it be like associated with the empty unit?
Go to staff.
Through the chair, we wouldn't be able to direct the size of units. That's not within our zoning bylaw, but you could, for example, say 2 buildings with 6 units each and 3 buildings with 4 units each, as an example.
Counselor?
Okay, I didn't realize that. I'm gonna have to ponder that because I had thought actually we weren't able to dictate given it's all one parcel. And then my follow-up question, as we had heard from the consultant, is the rationale provided in the staff report defensible at OLT? Because there were kind of some indications or suggestions that perhaps it was not entirely focused on planning matters.
Go to staff.
Through the chair, all applications that come to us are considered against the entirety of the London plan and the provincial policy and zoning bylaw, so the arguments are embedded in the policies.
Counselor?
Thank you. I appreciate both of those answers. I'm going to ponder the ability if we are able to assign certain amounts, because again, I personally don't see a problem with having the empty units have the basements renovated, but I don't want the existing tenants to lose their space. So I don't want to, throw out that. So I might consider that for a minute and see if I can think of something in the meantime, but would love to hear what other councillors' perspectives are on this application.
Go to other committee members. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. So I appreciate the councillor wanting to get some comments and thoughts. I think it's important that we, though, frame where we're going in some sort of motion. And so I do want to move, notwithstanding the recommendation of the Director of Planning and Development that the application be approved. I also want to make sure that we capture a couple of very specific things in that approval mechanism. And I apologize, the clerk's going to have to do some work here transcribing what I'm saying, because this is one that's kind of developing on the fly based on some answers and some information that came in at the last minute. because I do want to have a clause, and I know we've used a clause like this prior. And I'm going to read the language that was used in a prior application. And I'll seek some staff guidance in terms of, I think this falls under a site plan condition. But there would be a clause that would read, in consultation with the Municipal Housing Development Division, provision of entering into a temporary rental unit accommodation agreement for existing tenants. So I'll just make sure the clerk's got that language.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, it was Municipal Housing Development Corporation?
Counselor, sorry, can I speak for a second?
No,
This is the applicant.
no.
Okay.
Go back to Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Yeah, so I want that condition in there because I think it's, while I appreciate the applicant has indicated they are more than willing to do that, I think it's important to have it specifically in the direction to our site plan approval that an agreement has to be brought forward with 8 units available to reallocate to the existing tenants while renovations happen. I agree with what Councillor Frank said. We don't want to displace these folks into the open market, but at the same time, I do think that we need to recognize the landlord does have absolutely the right to renovate and make some changes to the property. And so I think including that is very important. I'd also like another clause in there, and again, it's referenced. I know that the parking minimums are met, but with the addition of these units, I'd like a clause, and I think again, this also is appropriate at site plan, and again, staff can correct me if I don't have the language exactly right here, that a parking management plan be included in the site plan approval process.
I'll look to staff to see if that language is appropriate.
Through the chair, through the site plan process, we will look at the parking arrangement already. If there's something specific you want us to look at, maybe that you can put that in your direction, but we will look at the parking arrangements as it is set up today.
Deputy Mayor?
So maybe to provide a little clarity, because I did do a drive-by of the site, visit the site, and one of the things that I noted is that the parking lot itself, the lines aren't clearly painted. It's supposed to be angle parking. It's not all happening as angled parking right now. Some of it's parallel parking. So a parking management plan that would designate sites like this parking spaces for this unit, this parking spaces for that unit, like designated parking spaces, so that it's not what I'm going to respectfully call the hodgepodge of parking that I saw on site when I visited. So if that's helpful to staff in terms of what I'm suggesting, and I see Ms. McNeely's got her hand up.
Ms. McNeely.
Thank you. Through the chair, just want to get some clarification, because when we think of parking plans, we think of on-street parking. I believe you're talking about on-site parking arrangements. So I think we need that clarification, and that would be something that would be a standard to make sure that all parking is accommodated on site.
Okay, so if we can include that parking is accommodated on site as part of the site plan approval process, I think that clause is important to have in there too. There is a space per unit, but making sure that we have those clearly delineated is important. So I don't know what language the clerk captured from staff, but if...
So what I'll do is I'll check with the clerk and have her read out a draft and make sure you're good with that. So clerk, can you read out what you've been typing?
The site plan approval authority be requested to consider the following. I, in consultation with the Municipal Housing Division Corporation, temporary rental accommodation agreement for the existing tenants. I'm missing something?
be entered into.
Thank you. Thank you, sorry about that. Double I, parking management plan be included in the site plan approval process. Lines are not clearly painted. Angle parking, designated parking spaces for each unit, parking accommodated on site.
How does that sound?
That captures my intent perfectly. Thank you.
Okay. I'll look for a seconder for that motion. Councilor Rahman seconds. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. I'll look for discussion on that. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. So now that we've hammered out an actual motion, I'll speak to my rationale here. And a little earlier in the meeting, I spoke to an intensification in my own ward. The applicant's agent referenced it, but I agree. I think this is very similar to the two, between the two. I understand the tenants' concerns with the loss of basement space, whether it's finished or unfinished. I'm not arguing that because I haven't seen the basements, but it is within the property owner's purview to consider subdividing and that. I would say, I heard the applicant say that the rents would remain the same. I would suggest that, in fact, for a loss of space that's currently usable under the lease, the tenants actually have leave to approach the landlord-tenant tribunal for a rent reduction because of loss of space that's available. That might be something that the tenants may wish to consider, depending on what arrangements they reach with the landlord. But I also heard the landlord indicate that provision of laundry services in each suite is going to be provided. And I do know in talking to the applicant, and so I almost feel like I'm talking to buy Councillor Frank some time, but at the same time, I know in talking to the applicant last week that they indicated the basement is actually, the foundation walls between the units extend right into the basement, so it's not one open basement space. It's actually 3 basement spaces, one that matches each unit for above. So I'm not sure how we could say, or where we would be able to say this building can contain this many units, another building can only contain this many, when the foundation walls go right from the basement through the building and provide the dividing, the sort of the firewall breaks between the units as well. So although that said, I understand where the councillor is coming from. If we could accommodate the tenants who are using the basements in existing buildings and have the renovations only happening in buildings that have been made wholly vacant. I see where she's trying to balance both needs here, but I think in terms of moving forward here, that, the alternative, as was suggested, is the landlord could, given the size of the lot, demolish these buildings and come looking to put in a 6-story apartment. And they'd be within their rights to do so. They could come in and look to demolish these 5 buildings. And based on the size of the lot at the moment, I think they could come in for a severance to look at creating 10 single-family unit lots there, potentially as well. And so, and that's rough math I've done in my head. I might not have that exactly right, but there are options that could see the tenants completely displaced. And I think what the landlord's offering is an option that provides some intensification while at the same time accommodates allowing the folks who are currently there to stay living on the property even while the improvements happen. And that's something frankly, I wish we saw a little bit more of in some of these redevelopment situations. But I think that is admirable that the applicant is willing to do that. And so I'm willing to support this application.
Okay. Other comments or questions? Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. And I'm wondering if you might permit a question, and then maybe I can hear from the ward councillor and then come back, if that's okay?
Sure, by all means.
Okay, thank you. So my question just regarding the amendment, where we're talking about parking, is around the accessible parking component. And I'm just wondering are they subject to the Ontario Building Code? Because it's not clear to me on one accessible parking space per that for rental buildings, or it is mentioned in the report that there was a need for one accessible space and 0 were provided. And I'm just wondering if that's something, or maybe the applicant can answer that question in terms of if they're willing to provide that.
I'll go to staff first.
Through the chair, that's a requirement through the site plan review process for accessible parking spaces. So if one is required, they would be required to accommodate it on site through our process.
Councillor?
Thank you. So no additional language is needed in the amendment?
Can you confirm that no additional language is needed in the amendment regarding accessible parking spots?
Through the chair, yeah, we don't need any additional language. It'll be covered. Thanks.
Councillor?
Sorry, and just my second question, just in terms of the number of units, there was a concern around how many individuals lived within a unit and whether or not they'd be underhoused if they were, for instance, to take another unit while their unit is being renovated. I'm just wondering, how could that be addressed? If the applicant might be able to comment on that at all?
I'll start with staff, see if they want to make any comment. I'll go to the applicant. Okay. I'll go to the applicant. Either your representative here or if you're online would like to address that. Please go ahead, sir.
Sorry, could I just get that question just repeated?
Council, can you just repeat the concern?
Sure. So if someone's unit is being renovated and they are like a larger family, and in this motion, we'd like to see them rehoused while that unit is being done and on site, what kind of accommodations can we ensure that those accommodations will be able to handle the size of the family that's in need of housing?
Okay, go ahead.
Yep, so in this case, what would happen is we will move any existing remaining tenants into units that have 2 stories still, and have those units that they move out of actually be separated for basement unit and main floor unit. So if somebody's living in a 3-bedroom unit, we're hoping to get them into a 3-bedroom unit. If they're living in a 2-bedroom unit, we can get them in a 2-bedroom unit. So they'd have the same amount of living space during that time that the renovations would take place.
Councillor.
Thank you, and through you. So I know that addresses the issue, obviously, of while they would be in between units, but I suspect there's impact if they, for instance, have a unit and they're underhoused right now. They could be further underhoused if their unit is renovated.
Please go ahead.
So I'll take a stab at this answer here. I think at the end of the day, we're looking at the units that exist, the current finished space, finished livable space where there are windows, access to sunlight. There are 2-bedroom units on 1 floor and 3-bedroom units on 1 floor. The situation of what's happening within those units is up to the tenants at the end of the day. They will still have a 2-bedroom unit that is finished with access to sunlight, egress, and all that, whether they're in a 2 or 3-bedroom unit. They will just lose the use of the unfinished, non-livable space basement.
Councillor.
Thank you, much appreciated. I understand the complexity of this from the perspective of those that are perhaps making do with what they have.
Other comments or questions? So.
Councillor, may I say something? This is the applicant.
No, I'm conferring with the clerk right now. I'm going to go to the mover. The clerk has informed me that she needs reasons for approval, given the staff recommendation.
And I can confirm that I have just sent those to the clerk's inbox.
There you go. Thank you. I'm just going to wait and see, make sure that she has that received. Thank you. She has it. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Frank.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to follow up because I'd been pondering how to try and break up the units per building, but I just received comment that we can't actually do it each individually. It'd be, you could say all, like, these ones have 3 units, these ones have 4 units, and there's no way to dictate which one has which. So that does not necessarily work. So I just will provide perhaps some comment on the motion on the floor. I can appreciate the direction that my colleagues are going in, again, given the housing crisis and the desire to keep people housed. Again, I think I've heard from the tenants that losing that space that they use, even though we've heard from the consultant that it's deemed not livable space, it seems that a lot of people do a lot of living in it. So for that reason, I don't think I can support this because of the need for people to have this space that they currently have at the current rate that they rent. So thank you.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? I'll ask the Deputy Mayor to take the chair.
I will take the chair and recognize Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. This is a very challenging one. And I think you can feel that from the discussion we're having. On one hand, we need housing. I think this property has new ownership and is welcome for the renovations and cleanup. There is that concern of a demolition and another type of building to be put there. This should not be approved. On the other hand, it's an extremely tight space, which staff have recognized in their refusal. I think, we're going to have 15 units. I believe from what I've heard, they're using the space below, probably for storage and other things with the way they're living. While there is the renoviction aspect has been, I believe, addressed, they will be moved into another building on the site. So I find this very hard. I was hoping that Councillor Frank would find a way to find a compromise here, but apparently she hasn't, so it looks like it's either one way or the other. Given from what I've heard, well, I see the need for housing. I just think the impact on the residents here is too great, so I will not be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Lehman. Well under your 5 minutes, and I will return the chair to you.
Thank you.
Noting you have Councillor Rahman next on the speaker's list.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you, I'm just wondering, the applicant had indicated that he wanted to address us on something that was being said around the renoviction perspective. I'm just wondering if we can get any additional comment from the applicant on if there was something that we had missed in what he was trying to outline to us.
Sure. The applicant is online. The councillor has asked that you proceed with your comments to the committee, so please go ahead.
Hi there. Yes, I just wanted to, again, reconfirm that this is not a renoviction. I've actually sent, I believe, 5 pages worth of documents to Councillor Frank. I hired a paralegal to give me a temporary housing agreement that was sent to Councillor Frank. So not only do you have me speaking over on record right now, not only do you have emails from me sending this to Councillor Frank, you also have my paralegal sending 2 agreements saying that we will house people within the same complex while the renovations take place. So I don't know how else to confirm that I'm going to move people within the same units. My intention is not to kick people out. My intention is to add more units. It's not a renoviction. Nobody's getting evicted for me to increase the rents. That's not what it is. So I just really want to make that clear because it seems to be like some confusion on something that's very concrete and sound, which is this is not a renoviction. There is an agreement. I believe it's 5 pages, which Councillor Frank should have. Obviously, I'm willing to give it to all the councillors and the tenants. If this is approved for 30 units, I'd be more than happy to go through with it. And as Councillor Lewis mentioned, this can be a clause if this is approved. So that clause can be connected to the agreement So it's only approved if there is an agreement in place, which is what I've done. So that's what I wanted to address. It seems to be like this is not so much of a planning issue as much of a social issue. So I'm addressing the social issue as best I can so everyone is crystal clear on what I mean. And that's all.
Okay, thank you. Counselor?
Thank you. I appreciate that assurance. I like that we've included it in the wording of the motion. Again, I feel that there are huge difficulties right now, and as we look at what's in front of us and the options that are in front of us, it really is my goal to keep people housed where they are and to provide those opportunities, and realizing some of the changes that are currently pending for ministerial approval, but that could allow for even more intensification on the site going forward. I think that this is right now a good option to use the current building envelope, and therefore I'll support it.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? We have a motion moved and seconded. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 3-2.
Moving on to 3.5 regarding 566 Southdale Road East and 818 Easy Street. I'll look for a motion to open the public participation meeting. Councilor Robin moves it, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Questions of a technical nature for staff at this time? Seeing none, I'll look for the applicant if you'd like to address the committee. Please, sir, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Mike Davis here with Civic Planning and Design here today on behalf of our client Paradise Homes, who are the owner and developer of this new project at 566 Southdale Road East at 818 Easy Street. I'm really excited to be kind of reaching this milestone in the project today. This project will see the development of a 16-unit walk-up style building here on this property. We are in full agreement with the staff recommendation. Obviously, as always, want to thank them for their support in helping us achieve this milestone. With this style of project, this is really, we feel, kind of hitting the missing middle, and is going to fit well along the emerging kind of redevelopment context along Southdale. It is kind of modest in scale, but obviously going to provide a much needed form of kind of rental housing in a location that is very walkable and close to the rapid transit station planned at Wellington and Southdale. So appreciate the brief opportunity to speak today, and the team's available to answer any questions of the committee.
Thank you. I'll look for other speakers who want to address the committee. Ask clerk if there's anyone online. There's no one online. I don't see anyone in the gallery wishing to speak, so I'll look for a motion to close the PPM. Councilor Robin, seconded by Councilor Frank. I'll call.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
I'll look for a motion on 566 Southdale Road East. Councilor Robin moves the staff recommendation. I'll look for a seconder. Deputy Mayor Lewis seconds. So we have a motion moved and second. I'll look for comments or questions. Councilor Robin.
Thank you. Just briefly, I just wanted to say I'm in support of this development. I just wanted to just reiterate what's included in the motion around additional amenity spaces, because I do think removal of parking spaces to allow for more amenity spaces in a project like this would be beneficial to those that will live there.
I'll go to staff.
Through you, Mr. Chair, in the recommendation, through the site plan approval authority requests, we have included that the owner shall consider removing the surface parking to accommodate additional amenity space.
Councilor.
That's all. Thanks.
Okay. Other comments or questions? Deputy Mayor Lewis.
So, I'm supportive of where this is going. I will say for me, and I know this is all site plan, so be discussions going in. I'm less concerned about removing parking spaces to accommodate an additional amenity. I'm more concerned because it's in speaking with the ward councillor, and I noticed that she had her hand up, that there was a concern about the landscape strip, the setback, which is only set at 1.5 meters. I know the applicant had indicated to the ward councillor that they'd be open to allowing a bit larger space once sort of final floor plans are worked through the site plan process. But my understanding is that part of the limitation on this site, and if staff can confirm through you, Chair, is that the city's actually required an 8-meter road widening allowance. And so there's actually, that limits the applicant's ability to provide a wider buffer. So I'm just wondering if staff can confirm if that's the case.
I'll go to staff to confirm that.
Through the chair, that is correct. Through the site plan process, there is a sizable road widening dedication that will be required. So the reduced front yard setback will assist with siting the building as proposed, but also maintains a consistent street line with the existing single detached dwellings along Southdale.
Deputy Mayor.
Okay, I appreciate that. Do staff have, and I mean, if we need it, we need it. And timeline notwithstanding, but I do wonder if staff have a timeline as to when the anticipated road widening at Southdale Road is in terms of capital works planning. I know we're moving more into Mr. McCrae and Ms. Scher's area than planning's area, so if you don't, I'm happy to reach out to them offline, but I'm just wondering if there's any idea when that allocation might be required.
Does staff wish to comment on that?
Through the chair, we don't have that answer for you, but we will get that for you before council.
Deputy Mayor.
That's okay. I won't even ask you to get it. I'll go get it myself. I know who to talk to, and I know they're not here today, but I just wondered if it might be something that you had available. And since you don't, I will hunt that down and get that information. So I think I'm going to end my comments there. I did see the ward councillor had her hand up, so I'd be interested in hearing from Councillor Pelosa on this.
All right, well, let's go to Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to committee, and for the applicant. Just thankful that we do committee work at committee, but sometimes we also do ward work before we even get this far. So to the residents who reached out and gave questions to Mr. Davis, who answered them. In it, there was questions about the setback, because it's abutting someone's fence line. He did say that there's going to be visually privacy fence to help with any headlight glare, that he spoke to not being able to realign the parking lot just due to the setback on Southdale Road. But he did say that the team would be open to considering the increased depth through the site plan approval process once their final floor plans are developed. So looking to see to committee if you would need, I'm not on committee to do a motion, but if it would be procedurally correct to do a motion along those lines today, just that they would be requested to consider it in Part B, realizing the applicant had already said it wouldn't be an issue to consider it once they figure out their floor plans, because it's going to be a mix of 1 and 2s at this time, and we are still waiting to see what those floor plans come out like.
Staff, do you require a specific motion on this, on the concerns of the councillor?
Through the chair again, most of that will all be covered off through our site plan approval process. If you want reassurance, then the direction is welcome.
Okay, well, I'll look for committee members if anyone would like to put that specific wording on the floor. Deputy Mayor Lewis?
Yeah, I'm more than happy to put a clause 3 in part B, so that would be BIII, where site plan approval authority be requested to consider the following design issues through the site plan process. Opportunities for an increase to the 1.5 meter landscaping strip between the parking and the property line. And I think that's probably all we need, is just to consider an increase. If staff want any or need any more specific language, I'd love to hear from them, but I think that captures the intent.
Okay, first I'll go to staff to see if that satisfies them, or if they have any suggested additions or omissions.
Through the chair, that would be sufficient for me to take that through site plan approval.
And let me go to Councillor Pelosa. Does that kind of encapsulate what you were getting at?
Yeah, yes, it does. I had some correspondence with Deputy Mayor Lewis beforehand, so he was aware of the conversations with the applicant and the residents' intentions. So I am completely happy with that and support of the application. Thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Rahman has nodded her head that she's cool with the change in the motion. So we've got this motion is now been updated. Councillor, do you need, or Deputy Mayor Lewis, do you need the clerk to read out that addition, or are you fine?
I think it never hurts to have the clerk read out what's been in eScribe. I know not everybody watching remotely or even in the gallery can see it until it actually pops up for a vote. So if we can have that read.
I'll have the clerk just read out the addition from the Deputy Mayor.
Part 3, opportunities to consider an increase of 1.5 meters between the parking lot and the property line.
And that's a nod. So, okay, so we're cool with the motion as is. We have moved and seconded. Any other conversation? Seeing none, I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, moving on to 3.6, and this is regarding a site alteration bylaw. Before we get into the public participation, I'd just like to go to staff for a brief verbal presentation on why we're here, why this is before us, and kind of the major impacts from this.
Through the chair, this is Mustafa Musawi, Manager of Development Inspections. The existing site alteration bylaw scope is limited to environmental protection areas and draft plan approved subdivisions. The proposed bylaw expands site alteration regulations to cover the entire city with specific exemptions in place. These exemptions were developed based on benchmarking with other municipalities and practical considerations for residents. For example, lots under half a hectare are not subject to the bylaw, except in specific cases that can be addressed through a permit process. Additionally, the new bylaw recognizes the need for balance, fostering growth and community development while protecting our natural heritage and soil quality, in line with the city's climate emergency action plan. The bylaw will also enable the development industry to carry out site alteration works ahead of planning application approvals on lands within the city limits, subject to the permitting process and certain exemptions and restrictions. The proposed bylaw aligns with many other municipalities in Ontario now have for a site alteration bylaw. The current bylaw requires entering into a site alteration agreement, which can be time-consuming. However, the new bylaw introduces a streamlined permitting process with the flexibility to enter into a site alteration agreement for special circumstances when necessary. The proposed bylaw also includes a robust and transparent enforcement mechanism with clearly defined fines and penalties, ensuring compliance compliance while promoting accountability. This new bylaw offers a balanced approach, enabling faster development while enhancing protections for natural environment. By addressing gaps in the previous bylaw, it supports well-planned, community-centered projects, facilitates efficient approvals, and strengthens safeguards for soil quality and natural heritage. This aligns with London's Climate Emergency Action Plan, broadening environmental oversight and improving long-term sustainability. I'm available to address any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Committee members and visiting councilors will be free, obviously, to get into more dialogue after our PPM, so we'll hold off on that. So I'll look for a motion now to open the public participation meeting. Councilor Rahman, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
So I'll look to members of the public that would like to address the committee. I see a young gentleman up there. Please give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of committee. I appreciate being called a young gentleman at 61. But anyways, this is an important bylaw. I know when you see the title of it, site alteration, it's an issue that the industry deals with, and this is really a rewrite. It's a brand new bylaw in a sense that it's a different approach than what had been taken in the past. We have a couple of comments. One, we're fully in support of the recommendations that are in front of you for this bylaw. We appreciate the consultation process that went along with creating this bylaw. There was a working group, which was in your report, talks about it, that was very active, and I would need to give credit to Peter and Mustafa and their team for looking at the input that they got from industry and tried their best to incorporate the changes that are needed to make this more effective. It is important to the industry, and particularly in 2 areas. One, where there's an opportunity now to do site alteration, moving dirt, that's basically what it is, around prior to application to get ready to move things along faster. If this bylaw is in place correctly and properly enforced, it should be able for us to be able to move faster to produce more homes in a more efficient manner. The one item that I just want to be on the record for is that currently the bylaw has stated that there is no fee for this. There will be a fee, but there is no fee set yet, and they're going to wait for the fee process that's just beginning for the development fees, development application fees, and this will be part of that discussion. You won't normally see the industry saying okay to a new bylaw that's going to have fees in it without knowing what those fees are going to be. So we just be on the record that it would have been great if this happened after the fees were determined. We understand that that process is about to begin, and we look forward to that. But otherwise, we want to thank staff for forming the working group and the proactive approach they had with industry in determining how this new bylaw will work going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for other speakers. I'll ask if there's anyone online. No. Seeing no one in the gallery would like to address the committee and there's no one online, I'll look for a motion to close the PPM. Councilor Rahman, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis. I'll call them.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, I'll put this one on the floor. Councilor Rahman.
Thank you. I'm happy to move what's in front of us from staff, but I do have some questions as well.
Sure. Okay, so we've got a motion that's moved, staff recommendation. I'll look for a seconder. Councilor Frank has seconded. So a motion moved and second. I'll go to you, Councilor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. So generally in favor, and thank you for the report that's in front of us today. My concern also relates to the fee permit schedule for this item as well. I do think that we're not particularly in a place in time where we can say we're not going to put in put in place a fee as of right now. So I personally would like to see this come forward with a fee recommendation before council in order that we move forward with a fee at the beginning and onset of this. I understand there's a process that we're undertaking, but just looking comparatively at Hamilton, Brant, Oakville, and other nearby municipalities in the same vein of this type of site alteration bylaw, the fees are pretty standard from what I see. And so from that perspective, I do not think that we should start without having fees in place.
I'll go to staff for their comments on that.
Through the chair, thanks for the comments on that. Currently, the site alteration bylaw doesn't have any fees. The process is mixed with the engineering review, which does accept fees for reviewing not only engineering drawings, but also the site alteration drawing package. We felt it was appropriate to hold off on recommending a fee structure until the fee update process gets started and underway, because there's going to be quite a lengthy consultation process with that project. So it will enable the development industry as well as city staff to comment on what the fee will be. And then we felt getting the bylaw in front of committee and council now will just enable us to work through any efficiencies there might be with this bylaw prior to setting a fee. And we fully recognize that City of Hamilton has that fee structure as well. That's one we were looking at when coming up with the fee. Tentatively, the fee update project, I think, is slated for Q3 2025. Thank you.
Councillor.
Thank you. And even if during that interim period between Q3 2025 and now, when this is enacted, if there was even just a nominal fee, I think that, again, it just, where we are in terms of our budget and in terms of other things that are priorities for the city, I don't think it's appropriate at this time and place to not have any fee. And that's just my own opinion on the matter.
I'll go to Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. At the risk of sounding repetitive and annoying the young gentleman in the gallery who's not quite as young as I am, which isn't a great qualifier, Mr. Wallace, so I'll tell you, that's not a great qualifier. But I am not inclined to support this without a fee. I would have preferred a quick environmental scan, pick the middle number, adjust it through the consultation process. Q3 of 2025 is far too far away for me for there to be a fee or no fee attached. So I'm not inclined to support this without a fee. I don't know whether there's some additional comment. I did see Mr. Mathers raise his hand, so certainly happy to hear a staff comment on this, but I'm not comfortable proceeding without a fee.
I'll go to Mr. Mathers.
Through the chair, so just to give you a little bit of update, and this is maybe some information that Mr. Kavik didn't have. We're actually presenting to our external customer service and process improvement group on Thursday. Our first presentation on our proposed fees moving forward and a new structure entirely for those fees. So I think what I'm definitely hearing from my staff is that currently our fees include the costs related to the two site alteration agreements. So if we're looking at a different structure that would have a separate fee, then that also should have a corresponding reduction in the fee that's associated with that, where that's included currently. So, and the timing is no longer Q3. We're looking for Q1 actually to start bringing something back to council for consideration. And that has a public meeting associated with it as well. So, and we'd be looking at a restructuring of the fees to align with what we're seeing at some other municipalities. And we have Watson Associates that is advising us on this, and we're going to be providing us like a very detailed methodology to ensure that we're both recovering an appropriate amount of fees to support the work we're doing, but also that we're have a structure that's similar to other municipalities as well.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm happy to hear Q1. I'm much more comfortable with that. I still struggle that this is a bit of a cart before the horse for me. At the same time, I recognize we're trying to do some process improvements. We're trying to keep things moving along. I don't want to inadvertently create some sort of additional bottleneck, but at the same time, I struggle with, and this is where the real problem is, that for me, we are about to get into some very difficult budget discussions next week, and yet we have a report here that indicates without a charge associated with it. I appreciate hearing that it's built into other charges right now. I don't think that was perhaps as clear as it could have been in terms of the report. I think that it's very, very important though, and I'm not gonna belabor the point. Mr. Mathers, you and your team have given me no reason to not believe that when you say Q1 of 2025, that it won't be Q1 of 2025. I have every confidence it will be. So I'm a little happier to hear that. And I hope that our friends in the gallery will be genuine in their engagement in fees, because I hope that they recognize we can't have, everybody wants something for nothing, and that's not the way that the world works. That includes with our development community. We need to recover our costs at the municipal administration level too. So I was tempted to move a referral and to put this to when the fees and schedule comes back. I'll hold that for my own consideration later, because I have some new information now that I didn't have when I was considering referring that. See what other committee members say. So I guess I can tentatively support it at committee today, but I'm gonna hold the right to refer it at council if I'm feeling uncomfortable after my own environmental scan on things.
Okay, I'll look for other comments or questions from our committee members or visiting councilors. Councilor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me, and I've been listening quite intently to the conversation here. The Deputy Mayor did mention that we are going through budget discussions right now, and maybe through you, Mr. Chair, to staff, I want to have a better understanding what we can expect coming back in Q1, which is not too far. It's, I would hope, at the beginning of the new year. But will it reflect any changes in our budget discussions that we'll be undertaking? And just would like a better clarification there.
Mr. Mathers.
Through the chair, so it was even entering into the multi-year budget process, a plan to be able to do a review of our planning fees. We, of course, just finished off the building fee review that was earlier this year, and now we're getting into the planning fee review. Our expectations is that there wouldn't be a change to the actual budget until the next update, because there's also a time frame that we need for public meetings to be able to bring forward a fee review as well. So this would be most likely to make a change in the next 2026 update, 2025 update versus in this year's update.
Councillor.
Yeah, I appreciate hearing that. So there will be no changes in the review that we'll be undertaking for 2025. And I'm glad to hear the report or the amounts will be coming to us in the first quarter. I would really encourage you to have it to us sooner than later as well, just so we understand how we can move forward, and really would encourage the committee to support the recommendation.
Other comments or questions? Councilor Pribble.
Thank you, Chair. And through you to the staff, maybe misunderstood, but Mr. Mathers, you said it will not be in this update, but it will be in 25 update. But we are currently doing 25, so I was just wondering if you can clarify, please.
Mr. Mathers.
Sorry, I think I was right the first time. It was the 2026 update, because that's for the following year. You're absolutely correct. It's not the 2025 update that's being undertaken this year.
Councillor.
Again, this is kind of on the floor, but personally, if I had the choice, I really would love to see before the council to have an amount, and then when we review it, then we potentially adjust it, but maybe look at the benchmarking with the other municipalities and to go something which is reasonable to our size of the city. And so we have something in place everyone knows where we stand, and then if we decide otherwise, then we just make the adjustments. But guess what? We would already have this for 2025. Please consider. Thank you.
Other comments or questions? If the committee would allow me, I think the committee's fine with the bylaw changes, for sure, as is the development community for no other reason than it adds efficiencies to the process. There is concerns, which I share, around the fee structure. So I just wanted to ask staff, first of all, when you're looking at a comprehensive fee model that would come to, I'm assuming, this committee. So at that point, we would discuss whether, if we approve that fee structure or not. So I think that would go to the concerns that were raised by members. Now, that fee structure, I'm still a little confused. Is that fee structure, would that be enacted on immediately upon approval by council, or would that be enacted like in 2026, which I heard that year?
Through the chair. So that would be at the decision of council at the time. We haven't, usually, for example, what we did with the building fee review, we did update that in March of this year, I believe. That it was, we didn't have it start at the start of the following year, but that is a council decision. We're likely to try to recommend that it comes into place as soon as possible, with possible phasing, if that's something that council wants to consider as well. So there might also be the opportunity of just, because we have done our preliminary review, at least highlighting for council what approximately that fee might look like. There's a bit of a chicken and egg where you do need to have a bylaw that provides for the requirement to undertake this work, and then there's the fees and charges piece that usually comes after it, and there's usually a PPM related to that as well. So we could provide that high level amount of information to council. I just had to work with my team on that before we actually get into the council meeting, to give you an idea of what that fee might look like, and we can even present that to the development community as possible, knowing that would be further confirmed as part of our overall fee review.
Okay, so for me, I don't see the need for a referral, although I was thinking along the similar lines when the discussion was happening, because we all agree on the need for the bylaw change. There will be a fee attached. What that will be is yet to be determined, and that will be coming pretty close, in the next quarter. And you even mentioned that there might be not a net gain, like it might be because we're not doing work over here, a fee over here, so it might be just shifting chairs to the deck. So for those reasons, I'd like to get on with this, and so I'll support it. Okay, any other comments or questions from committee or visiting councilors? Seeing none, we have a motion moved and seconded. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, moving on to 3.7. This is regarding 1408 and 1412 Commissioners Road West. I'll look for a motion to open the PPM. Councillor Frank, seconded by Councillor Robin.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Any questions of a technical nature for staff? Seeing none, let's see if the applicant would like to address. Committee, please, ma'am, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, public members, committee members. My name is Daniela Siqueleiro. I'm a planner with Zelinka Priamo. And here with my colleague Harry, we are pleased to be here representing the landowner of these lands to present the ZBA application for the proposed development. Firstly, would you like to thank city staff, especially Melanie, for their work on this file. We have carefully reviewed the staff report, and we welcome the approval recommendation. However, we would like to request an amendment to item 2.8.III of the draft development. City staff has imposed a restriction that does not allow parking spaces in the front yard, even though there is no restrictions on parking in the front yard within the proposed RA zone category. We request that the proposed bylaw be amended to allow a maximum of 2 parking spaces be permitted within the front yard to be utilized for temporary parking only for visitors and delivery drop-off vehicles, with a setback of not less than 4 meters from the front lot line. We believe that a maximum of 2 parking spaces permitted in the front yard with a minimum setback is an appropriate compromise to balance city staff concerns, public concerns, and property owner objectives to provide an appropriate supply of parking within a site that is outside of the primary transit area. The proposed 4-story, 22-unit development was presented to the neighbors and Councilor Ward Anna Hopkins at an open house held on June 25th. The primary concerns raised by the community members were related to traffic and safety. However, transportation staff did not raise any concerns or requested any further studies. There were also concerns about the provision of sufficient vehicle parking and potential for spillover parking on nearby streets. The requested revision to the draft provision amendment to permit a maximum of 2 parking spaces in the front yard will help address the public concerns by no further reducing the supply of parking spaces for this development. Additionally, concerns were raised about the proposed reduced front yard setback. However, only the easterly side of the building has 1 meter setback from the ultimate road allowance. The setback increases towards the westerly side of the building due to angular configuration of the road compared to the positioning of the building. Also, the location of the building will promote an active street presence. Neighbors also expressed privacy concerns, and to address these, we are proposing to install a 2.1 meter high fence along the lot lines, and also we are proposing enhancing landscaping on the interior and rear boundaries. Finally, the proposed intensification is consistent with the applicable policies of the PPS, conforms with the London Plan and the vision for the neighborhood place type, being a positive addition to the neighborhood and helping meet the housing needs. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I'll look for other members of the public that would like to address the committee on this issue.
Just slow, hang on.
Take your time.
My name is Benita Moore. I live at 1411 Woodbine. So this property will be backing right onto my home. The parking lot that they're planning, it backs right onto the back of my yard. I have sent pictures, which you have, of the way my backyard looks. I have spent a lot of time and money to develop a yard that is private, that is quiet, that I see a lot of wildlife, and the way they have designed this property is not going to encourage any of this from my way of life. I have spoken personally with the builder. He did not realize the problem with the trees in the back. There's a lot of very large trees that border my property that are on his property. He has assured me that these would remain and that they will be maintained, but that is his own personal assurance. I don't know that that's actually going to happen. I feel like this needs to get written into somehow the proposal for this property. He has told me he's going to leave all those trees, he's going to put another fence, and then he's going to put a whole other set of trees. And at this point, I would not be able to see this building. But if this does not go as he is planning, they'll be able to look right into my kitchen, right into my backyard, and I will lose all privacy. I bought this property in 2013 because of the privacy, because of the fact that you felt like you were living in a park. I'm going to lose that, and I don't think that that is a fair thing for me to have to do. Right now, there is a building right across the street that is a sign up there. They've got rentals, 2 months free because they can't rent it. They're having problems. This is the one right across the street on Stephen on Commissioners. Also, Tricar wants to put in a 67-unit building right on the other corner. Reynolds has no sidewalks. Everybody walks around Reynolds. People walk their dogs. People walk their children. There's the school 1 block away. We don't have safety protocols in place to make it a safe environment for people. Somebody is going to get hurt. The traffic on Commissioners is getting much more dense because of people coming from Kamoka into the city and wanting to use Commissioners. We don't have great public transportation out of Byron, so it's very much a car-centered neighborhood. And there's a lot of planning going into this neighborhood. But I personally, with this property going into my backyard, I'm having a very hard time with this because it's not the way I want to live. I don't know what else to say other than if you have any questions for me, but you have the pictures of my yard and can see that it's a beautiful space. And I will lose that if because the drawings that the planner put together do not address this at all. The planning he did was putting some shrubs back there. That's not going to address this issue. They need to maintain the trees back there. That's all I can say.
Okay, thank you.
I have to let him in. Hang on.
Do take your time. There's no rush. Please give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Jeff, a resident of Byron. I've only been in Byron since '67, so I guess I'm kind of a newbie there, but as Benita was mentioning, the density of what the proposal is trying to put in is not necessarily something that blends in with the way Byron has been or the way Byron should continue to be. When you see 5 or 6 stories or even 4 stories going up where there's now, I think it's 1 story, maybe 2, it just seems, I don't know, unfathomable in some ways. The safety issues that are created when you take 2 units and all of a sudden put 22 in, it does change the dynamics of our neighborhood significantly. I can't remember who said it, but you're not supposed to pave Paradise and put up a parking lot. I'm worried about the runoff that happens every time you take basically a whole lot and fill it full of concrete or asphalt and expect the rest of us that are living in that community to have to deal with that. I've also got 4 kids, and because we live so close to the schools, we're not allowed to take a bus, so our kids have to go on foot. I'm concerned with foot traffic when you introduce that much more car traffic into the community. And like Benita mentioned, I'd like to see some type of study that would see how the trees would affect our community a little better. I know every tree is going to hold at least 100 gallons of water. When we do get significant rainfall, I'd like to see much of that vegetation kept in place if at all possible. Once again, the safety and the density issues are the best. We're a low density spot in Byron. Yes, we have yards. Yes, we keep them up. Yes, we're proud of them. We would like to keep that going on. And like I say, we would not like to see something as big go in there. I know we need to develop. I know we need to provide housing. You can certainly do that without going the maximum and going 5, 6 stories high. Like I say, 2 or 3 stories I think would be adequate. And like I say, that's still being progressive, but not progressive to the max. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker.
Hi,
Please, ma'am, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Judy. Thanks for letting me speak. I'm at 1420 Commissioners West, and the house, the proposal will be at 1408 and 1412. I'm concerned about the traffic. They'll exit off of Commissioners, onto Commissioners, and there's Commissioners is already stop and go at some times of the day. That sidewalk in front of my house and the the new apartment building is very busy with school kids and people walking their dogs, picking up kids from school. And the proposal with Tricar where they exit onto Reynolds, this lady was exactly right. Reynolds is been used by many people to go walking. There's no sidewalks, and it's very unsafe. The next sidewalk up from Commissioners on Reynolds is a major crossing for school kids in the morning, and you need to put a lot of safety features in before you can let all that traffic flow there. Thanks very much. Oh, and I'm also concerned about my property value. My mother bought the house in '59. I've been there over 25 years, and I'm very concerned that my property value is going to go down because of being in proximity of rental units.
Thank you.
I hope the city takes that into concern when they tell me what my taxes are.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, ma'am, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Claudia Krupich. I reside at the corner lot of Reynolds and Commissioners. I have been residing there for over 10 years. The traffic has significantly increased in the past 10 years. I actually grew up 5 houses down from my current location. So I have been in Byron, actually on the same street for over 30 years. The traffic has significantly increased, especially with the development of West 5, Kamoka, and Kilworth area. Commissioners happens to be one of 3 main arteries through the Byron neighborhood. And for the most part, coming onto Commissioners, even trying to attempt to make a left-hand turn is next to impossible, regardless of what time of the day you decide to leave. The commute to downtown London used to take me 15, 20 minutes max. Now I'm looking at over an hour. I try to avoid coming in through the city at all costs at this point. My biggest concern is, of course, vegetation, trees, that sort of speak, the congestion of the roads, daylight coming into the home, especially with this new proposed trisec proposition of 67 units immediately next door to me on the opposing side of this development proposition as well. I definitely feel like the property value may decrease, especially being on the corner lot between both apartment buildings that they're planning on erecting. Sidewalks obviously non-existent. There have been accidents where a child got hit by a car on their bicycle right at that intersection because of the visibility issues. This propositioned apartment building for 22 units actually impedes the vision from the left side turning onto Commissioners Road already. Parking spaces is obviously going to be an issue. We have overflooding people parking there because of the school. We actually have Stevens Street, Reynolds Road from Commissioners all the way upwards to Norman Street or Norman Avenue, even exceeding past that, and even going as far as Grandview or Griffith through Helena Montague, of parents coming to pick up their children from Byron Northview Public School. It is extremely congested. There has been times where I couldn't even get out of my driveway because people are parked along my driveway waiting for people or waiting for their kids to get out of school. There's clear indication for no parking. People still choose to do so, causing and posing an issue for people taking a right-hand turn off of Commissioners on the Reynolds. There have just been a mass, there's just a lot of issues that I find wrong with this whole proposal. Privacy being another one. It's going to be literally against the wall or against the fence line, which was just updated actually within 2 years. And then, of course, having people overlook the yard and everything that we're trying to enjoy and have tranquility and some kind of, enjoyment out of. So I hope my concerns get taken into consideration also. And yeah, that's all I have to say for that. So.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, sir, give us your name and you have 4 minutes, or 5 minutes.
That's my mom's house.
there are currently so much traffic. They're doing this traffic circle at Glendon. Van X closed, Jeffries is closed. There's only two ways in and out of Byron. Right now, Tricar is doing a development on the other corner. They did a traffic study. There's 900 cars an hour at rush that go through Commissioners, right past that intersection where they're putting this development. This is only going to make it worse. When they built the apartment buildings on Springbank, that road was closed so often that it would take an extra hour to 45 minutes for me just to get in and out of Byron. This is my big concern. When we asked the planner about any studies that were done, they hadn't done any. Traffic study, infrastructure, sewer, we haven't heard anything. So, yeah, I'm directly against this proposal. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, ma'am, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name's Alicia Goosens. I reside at 1409 Woodbine Street. I have some concerns about this property as well, but I support my neighbors and I'm going to try to keep it short because I agree with everything they've said and support them in everything that they've said while they're up here as well. Some of my concerns are safety. When we went to that development meeting, the developer said it's going to take at least 2 years for construction for this building to be built. I'm not exactly sure where all these construction vehicles, the people who are going to be building this building are going to park during the day, but Woodbine Street does not have any sidewalks or curbs. In my previous email to the city, I sent a photo of our street and my safety concerns about people coming and going from that street during construction. The proposed height of this building does not meet the current zoning requirements for low-density single-family homes, so I have concerns about that. And sitting in the meeting today, I was happy to hear that there was some sort of consideration when 383 Clarke Road and those plans, when they listened to the neighborhood and hopefully made some concessions to see what the neighborhood wanted to be built in their neighborhood. I also, like Benita, sent in photos of my backyard. We use our backyard. We spend a lot of time in there. We have lived there for 25 years in that house. On our side of Woodbine Street, there are very few occupants coming and going. Most of us are long-term, 25-plus year residents, and there's a reason for that. It's a beautiful, quiet place to live, and we'd like to keep it that way. Thanks.
Thank you. Look for the next speaker. Please, sir, give us your name. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Matthew Krupich. I own the house on the corner, 1404 Commissioners West. The house which will be on the left hand of the proposed building. This building will overlook my entire backyard and overlook my house as well. Bedrooms above the main level in my house. And I will be covered with a shade. There was no study made. You know, how this proposed building will affect my front yard. We recently have did some work on pruning of branches in order to get a little bit more sun. But from noon to the late evening, the sunset is my front yard right now full of sun, in case that we don't have a cloudy day. But with the proposal building, I won't get any sun. Another question that I would like to raise is, the building takes a particular amount of square footage. The backyard will be completely paved. So we are talking about water which is not saturating the ground anymore. So our ground level water will drop. Other thing is accommodation of the snow in the winter. What we do is that. So the parking has to be cleaned, not only from leaves, but also from the snow. So the snow has to be removed because there's no place to even accommodate any. So merging the street, which is so packed, I came to London at 9 o'clock in the morning, and I was already stopped by traffic at Grand View because kids, they were going to school, they activated the flashlight on the crossing to the school. So there was such accommodation of the car, and I was already stopped at ground view. And then I was going like a Hitchcock, okay, going to Reynolds. Going from Reynolds to Commissioners and turning left is a challenge. To the right side is much easier because you may see some cars approaching from Kamoka direction. But there is so many of them, any time of the day. Snow removal, garbage removal, leaves, and all maintenance will cause a lot of problems. Turning left from Boller Road to the proposed building will also cause some disturbance on the street. You have just spent so much money making a new construction, new asphalt on the road, water main and sewer. Now you are going to dig it out and rebuild it. This is not economical, I guess. Plus, you know, I would like to say a word for somebody who is not present today because he could make himself free. This is a team who is my neighbor to the south. His property is affected as well as Mr. Goosen's. He has a swimming pool there. We have a privacy fences, but those fences, they are 7 foot tall. And we don't interfere with each other. We are living in harmony, where we don't have you know, anybody who is looking for, on us from the top of the fourth story. So another question is, you know, there's so many questions that I probably will, you know, ruin the 5-minute time that I have. So I definitely oppose to this proposition of building the house of
Thank
4
you.
stories and 22 units with 22 parking lots. I'm sorry, but this is not going to happen, I guess.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. I'll ask if there's anyone online. Okay. I don't see anyone else wishing to speak, so I'll look for a motion to close the PPM. Councilor Rahman, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, I'll put this on the floor. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I had circulated to, through the clerk to committee members, a slightly alternate motion from what was in the staff recommendation, which would have added a Part 4 to the site plan approval authority, which speaks to the 2 northerly parking spaces in the front yard be permitted for temporary parking for visitors and drop off and pickup with a setback of not less than 4 meters from the front lot line. I did listen to, and I've shared, just so that colleagues are aware, listening to the concern from the neighbors, particularly those backing on at the rear yard lot line, that I would also like to, in addition to what was circulated, include a Part 5 in the site plan approval authority, that a tree preservation plan be submitted to the satisfaction of urban forestry. And I understand that another councillor was going to add a piece that spoke to the photometric plan to include light cast ratings for wall-mounted lighting. So in order to be efficient, I've indicated to the clerk I'm prepared to include that all in one motion to move. So we would add the tree preservation protection plan and the photometric light casting for the wall-mounted lighting in addition to what I'd circulated through the clerk's office on approving this to accommodate the 2 front yard parking spaces. I'll speak to the rationale a little bit once I see if I have a seconder.
Okay, I'll just ask the clerk, do you have that wording, including the tree preservation and the lighting? Okay. So you're moving that. Councilor, are you seconding that? Okay. So we got a motion moved and seconded, and I'll go to you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. So with respect to the density and the intensification here, as we've seen in the staff report, it is consistent and supported with the provincial policy statement and the site plan. I know that the London plan policies discourage front yard parking, but I think that, as was mentioned by the applicant, the R8 zone does not prohibit it. And I actually think in the longer term, we need to revisit the front yard parking, particularly with respect to the temporary parking. I think we've all seen it right across the city in every neighborhood, the propensity for delivery drivers, often meal delivery or package delivery drivers, just throwing on their hazards, blocking a lane of traffic, creating some additional congestion when there's driveway space or parking space available. And I think creating the two front spaces for that temporary drop-off pickup really does make a lot of sense. It's something I think we have to consider more often than we have been. But for this site, the 4-meter setback from the front lot line, I think is reasonable. It's 2 spaces. They're to be in the site plan. It speaks to permitted for temporary only visitors and drop-off pickup. With that, there'd be a concurrent change to the bylaw. I ran both of those through our planning staff and made sure that the language was consistent. So that's there. I think the tree preservation plan and the photometric plan really speak to the privacy concerns raised by the rear yard neighbors to make sure that the trees that can be saved are saved. I understand the developer has said they will, but I also understand the concern that you'd like it in writing. And so putting it in writing in this site plan approval process, I think provides some additional surety that urban forestry will take a look with the developer and make sure that every tree that can be saved is saved. So with that, I will just add, I hear the concerns about traffic, but when we're talking about traffic concerns, we really have to take into account that planning decisions and traffic impact studies, and when you look at a road like Commissioners, the volume that's already there, 20 units or 22 units doesn't actually move the needle. To change the classification in the road design specs, you're actually talking about thousands of vehicles added to a roadway, often to change how the design perspective is approached. I know your ward councilor's here, and she'll probably have some comments to share as well. But certainly I think when it comes to the sidewalks, that's not something that we can require a developer to install retroactively, but the sidewalk does have a new sidewalks plan, and that's a discussion to have with your ward councilor about installing sidewalks on Reynolds or on other streets in the neighborhood that you feel need them, because there is an allocation every year for sidewalks to be retrofitted into existing neighborhoods, and so that's a discussion to take up with the ward councilor.
Thank you. I'll go to other committee members for comments or questions. Councilor Robin.
Thank you, and through you, can I just clarify within the motion itself that 5, the tree preservation plan, it's part of the, already part of the application, so I'm just wondering, is this to preserve, is the intent to preserve the trees that are on the adjacent neighbor's yard, and do we need to further stipulate that? Or rear neighbor's yard, sorry.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, what's your intention? I'll go to you first because you added that added clause regarding tree preservation.
Yes, so we heard specific concerns about the rear yard lot line and trees that may actually, you know, without a formal survey, may be a part of another property or part of this property or some of both. And so I just want staff to take a look in particular at the rear yard lot line tree preservation. If they need that clear language, I'm happy to provide that. But I just pulled a standard piece of language from another application that said a tree preservation protection plan be submitted to the satisfaction of urban forestry. But if they need something site specific for this, happy to include their requirements to meet that intent.
Okay, I'll go to staff to further comments.
Thank you. Through the chair, as part of the site plan control bylaw, we require protection within 3 meters of the property line for the adjacent properties. So that's a standard requirement. We would be looking at boundary trees, and that's all things that we look at through site plan control. However, having the additional language for the purposes of alleviating some concerns is welcomed. We would be looking at that for that assurance. And if what we have typically received is with these types of infill type developments, and Councillor Hopkins is aware of this, is where we have enhanced landscaping or fitting in to work within the existing landscape treatment. So that may be something that the Deputy Mayor may want to consider. Those are things that we're working within existing conditions on site and making those enhancements.
Okay, I'll go back to Councillor Robin. Is that where you want to, does that answer your concerns?
Thank you. Not entirely. It talks about enhanced landscaping along the interior and rear boundaries, which is great. I think that's what you mentioned as that additional motion, and I know Councillor Hopkins has had many of these. So I think that addresses on the applicant's property line and so forth. And I like that we have the language around a tree preservation plan, but I do see that it was in the initial application. What I heard was applicants saying they're concerned about the trees that are in their property, but as far as we can do, we can only look at the 3 meters from that property line to those trees. So I haven't read the tree the tree preservation plan well enough to understand whether or not those trees actually fall in that 3 meters or not. So I think keeping the language of the tree preservation plan actually makes sense, because then if it is captured in that 3 meters, it would be covered there.
Okay, all right. You're good, Deputy Mayor? Okay, great. Any other committee members, visiting councilors? Councillor Hopkins, I knew you were chomping at the bit to go, so please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And just speaking to the amendments, I haven't seen them all, but I understand the tree preservation plan. If we can underline that, even though we are going to be doing enhanced landscaping, I think is really important as it relates to the privacy that is needed. I'm pleased to see the photometric plan include light cast for wall-mounted lighting be part of that site plan process. And the reason that is very, very important that a study be done if it is wall-mounted, so the light does not disperse into the backyards, it goes down. And we're really not sure what that lighting is going to look like at the moment. So having that in there, so thank you, committee, for addressing that. And there was a third piece. Yeah, the third piece is about the 2 parking spaces. So maybe a question through you. I do have a number of questions. I hope you'll be patient with me. Addressing the 2 parking spots at the front. And when I did read the recommendations, it was recommended not to have them removed. And I would like to understand the reasons why.
I'll go to staff. Yep.
Through the chair, staff are recommending the special provision to limit parking into the interior and rear yards only. And that's informative with the London Plan policies to keep parking away from the street frontage. The intent of that is kind of keep it behind the building, have a dominated streetscape by the building, not from parking. Typically, sites of over a certain number of units contain lay-bys. In this situation, it does not meet the threshold for a lay-by, which is why the applicant is proposing the 2 spaces out front. Parking on site is overparked based on the minimums of the zoning bylaw. So we believe there's adequate space at the rear to provide those temporary spaces as needed. Thank you.
Councillor?
So they can be moved to the back then?
Through the
Staff.
chair, oh, sorry. I don't believe they have space at the back to add them. That would be up to the discretion of the applicant if they need to relocate them to the rear. From our perspective, we're just looking to have them at the rear or interior side yard and away from the front yard. Thank you.
Councillor?
Thank you for that. And I just want to make a comment about these spaces because they can be accommodated to the rear. I think having them at the front is a bit of a challenge. And one of the challenges at the front of this proposal is that this Commissioners Road, there's a sidewalk attached to that road, and then there's a little space. And we have heard loud and clear the congestion, the challenges, the safety of moving around. This area is going to be challenged with this development. So I'm not sure if having the 2 parking spots at the front will create another impediment in terms of how the community moves around safely in this neighborhood. And I do have concerns about that, and I would support staff's recommendation when it comes to those 2 parking spaces. That's a comment I'll leave with the committee. I do have a number of questions, Mr. Chair, if you would allow me.
Sure, please go
Just
ahead.
as a follow-up to the community coming out. And I first of all want to thank the applicant for holding an information session. I really appreciate that. It was done a number of months ago. I was hoping that the recommendation coming to us today would be slightly less. I was hoping for some townhouses, less intensification in an area that is very challenged with how it functions and moves around. And I think that would have been a better recommendation, but staff are recommending it is allowed in our policies to go with the 4-story, 22 units. Unfortunately, the community too has very little recourse here in appealing it, and that's why it's really important. And I want to thank the community for being here. And to me, it's really important that we hear the concerns, and it's not about NIMBYism when it comes to privacy and how we move around in this area. Those are really true concerns with any kind of development, and we're going to see more development in this area, so it's only going to get even more challenging. So thank you for bringing those concerns to us here. Just following up on a question from the gallery about water runoff, and maybe through you, Mr. Chair, this sanitary servicing, if that is available, and the shadow study, if there was a shadow study and concerns around that. Just want to have staff comment. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll go to staff on the issue of water runoff to neighboring properties and shadow impacts.
Thank you. Through the chair, I can speak to the engineering questions. So the sewers along Commissioners Road have been confirmed to have capacity, so we have no issues with that. The area is currently sloped towards Commissioners Road, so we're not expecting drainage impacts to the adjacent property. As part of site plan, drainage will be controlled and stored on site by way of grading and catch basins.
Okay, and would staff like to comment on shadow impact?
Through the chair, a shadow study was not required as part of this application. Typically, the threshold for shadow study requirements is around 6 stories in residential areas. But I do want to note that the position of the building and the orientation of the lot lines does push the building further towards Commissioners, which means the shadows wouldn't actually cast into the neighbor to the east's backyard. So that alleviates that concern.
Councillor.
Thank you for that. And I would like to just follow up with some other questions that I've already reached out to staff that I've heard from the community. And it is regarding the placement of the garbage cans, and the applicant is proposing the use of a deep well garbage system, which is currently proposed along the west interior boundary before the parking begins, and a detailed review of the garbage collection will occur. Again, it's through the site plan process. Also, the snow removal, this will be also reviewed through the site plan process, and we heard about the tree preservation plan again, going through that. And I just want to let the community know there were conversations, I know when we had the initial open house around, the important, what can we get when it comes to having these infills in our community, and I'm always wishing and hoping that dedication going to parks and planning or cash in lieu are opportunities that the developer has to give back something to the city. In this case, it will be cash in lieu. Maybe I'll just finish off with my comments then as well. Again, I have concerns about the parking at the front. Again, that sidewalk and how we move around is going to be a challenge. And we've got the school down the road, and we've got more development coming forward. And it's very, very busy. And again, I want to thank the committee for addressing the privacy concerns of the neighbors around. That is very important. There'll be the fencing. There'll be increased fencing when it comes to the height, as well as the enhanced landscaping. And I would hope there will be something evergreen in that landscaping as well when that comes forward. But I do want to address the big concern in this area, and it is how we move around on Commissioners Road West. And as much as, housing units are important to have, it is even more important that we are able to move around our neighborhoods in a safe manner. And that is not happening on Commissioners Road West. And I was disappointed. I'll just say it out loud and clear because it's going to be something you'll be hearing from me over and over again as a councillor of Ward 9. That we didn't even, council didn't support a recommendation coming from staff to reduce on major roads by 10 kilometers in community zones and school zones, which this area is in, a reduction in the speed limit. And that would go a long way in how we move around, and as we increase not only putting more vehicles on the road, but also as we walk the streets safely. And you've heard from the community accidents in this area. It's not uncommon. And we've got a lot of increased traffic and construction vehicles coming from the west. So I think I just wanted to share those thoughts and concerns that I am hearing from the community. There was a letter as well that is attached to the recommendation about the need for other ways to move around, such as transit, better transit. Reynolds Road, I've put in a request to see where we are with sidewalks. I hear over and over again, sidewalks are needed. It creates a safer way. Reynolds Road is very wide. We can put sidewalks there. But also traffic calming measures may have to be looked at as we intensify in this area. So I just wanted to share those thoughts and concerns. I think we do have our hands tied here as a committee. There is a recommendation. This does support our policies, and I have concerns about that parking. I'm hoping the committee would not support that. So I'll just listen to the rest of the debate. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for other comments or questions. Councillor Rahman.
Thank you. I just had a further question about the amendment and around the parking. On page 171, I don't know if that's the right page now, the comments in Appendix C, it says, to address public concern regarding loss of landscaping and privacy, staff may consider a special provision for an increased setback from the parking area at the rear to retain the existing hedge of approximately 2.5 meters. I'm just wondering where that left off, and if this parking in the front were, let's say, moved to the back, or that additional parking was at the back, could we still have the privacy that's needed at the rear?
I'll go to staff.
Through the chair, in discussions with the applicant, in order to have the front yard parking removed, we did remove that setback of 2.5 meters. That was to accommodate all the parking in the rear with the removal of the 2 spaces at the front. The recommended provisions to site plan for the increased height and enhanced landscaping will still remain. And then we would look for that, at least an adequate setback to accommodate the tree planting for that enhanced planting at the rear.
Counselor.
Okay, so if I'm understanding you correctly, if I'm in support of the 2 additional drop-in parking spaces, I'll call them temporary parking spaces, that would be in the front, you would be able to accommodate those alongside this special provision if I were to amend it in.
I'll go to staff.
Through the chair, to maintain the number of parking spaces on site, if the front yard parking was removed and moved to the back, that setback would actually be reduced. So it may make it difficult to provide that enhanced landscaping in that specific setback with the removal of the front. If the front parking spaces remain, we would be looking to maintain that large setback that's currently shown on the concept site plan.
Counselor.
Thank you. Do you need the special provision rewritten in or no?
Staff.
Through the chair, I don't believe so. That is something that we can work with the applicant through the site plan approval process and ensuring that there's adequate space for that enhanced landscaping.
Counselor.
Thank you. I hear the word counselor and her concerns on adding additional drop-in and temporary spaces in the front. However, I know that in my ward, this has come up quite a bit as well with some of the newer developments. I think for me, the privacy concern and that additional approximately 2.5 meters, I think is sufficient if we're able to provide those 2 parking spots. So I will support the amendment.
Okay. Any other? Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank Councilor Rahman for asking that question, because I think it's very important to understand when we push parking to the rear, we're impacting the rear yard neighbors. And we can want Uber and Skip the Dishes and whomever, Amazon, we can want them to go to the rear parking lot. The reality is they won't. And we've all seen that on streets throughout our wards. They throw on their hazards and they block a lane of traffic. So providing an actual drop-off space in the front, which, because I want to underline, in the site plan approval authority request, was setback of not less than 4 meters from the front lot line. So I really struggle with the position that it's going to block sight lines or make it harder to see, decrease safety, because 4 meters is a significant distance. So a 4-meter setback, allowing for that better buffer in the rear yard. I mean, these are the trade-offs we have, and I said this earlier, the London plan policy may discourage front yard parking. There is nothing in the R8 zone that prohibits it. In fact, on other sites, it's allowed. And if this was a higher, more intense purpose, the accommodation of the parking would probably require the building to be set back and more parking visible up front. So I think we have to be cognizant of the fact that when we speak against parking out front, there's trade-offs, and one of those trade-offs is a direct impact on the privacy buffers at the back. So I really encourage colleagues to support this and support it through at the council level as well.
Okay. Other comments or questions? We have a motion moved and seconded. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, moving on. We have no items for direction. I will go to deferred matters. Put the deferred matters list on the floor. Got a motion to move it by Councilor Rahman, seconded by Councilor Frank. I'll call that vote. Oh, I'm sorry. For discussion. Sorry, Councilor. Please go ahead.
No problem, and I'll make it quick. Just within the dates, I just noticed that there are a couple items, item 9 and item 10, where there isn't a status update, and I'm just wondering if that could be updated for the next meeting.
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, for item 8, we're targeting Q2 2025 as a target. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, 9 and 10. It's just the status column wasn't updated.
Yes, for item 9, we will certainly fill that in. And we'll follow up with the city engineer for item 10.
Counselor? Good, okay. So I'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
So that leaves us with our confidential items, so I'll look for a motion to move in camera. Counselor Robin, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis, and we'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0. Yeah.
What's that? Okay, we're good? Okay. I'll just ask the deputy mayor to report out.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I'm happy to report out that progress was made on all 3 items for which we went in camera.
Thank you. So before I call for adjournment, this is the last meeting of this particular group committee. I want to thank everyone very much. In particular, I want to thank Councillor Rahman and Councillor Frank for your thoughtful insight and tremendous value that you added to the decision-making of this committee. And I wish you well in the next committee, and they're lucky to have you guys, so thanks very much. Okay, I'll look for a motion to, Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and I just want to say to Councillor Lehman, thank you so much for chairing these meetings. You've done a great job as chair, being balanced and effective in your chairing. I've learned a lot from you in this time. And thank you to Deputy Mayor Lewis for serving as vice chair. And I want to see the next committee and see if they're moving things along. But thanks again.
Thanks. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I just want to echo your comments, Chair. Thanks to both of our departing from this committee colleagues, Councillor Rahman and Councillor Frank. I think we've had the most finely tuned and well-oiled machine at Planning Committee that we have seen at this city in perhaps a decade or two. This group has really found ways to move things forward, and even when we disagree, we do it agreeably. And it's been, I'm going to miss Councillor Frank's fun quips, but I want to assure her that I will continue to make sure that we're looking for 50% naturalized plantings in our landscaping, and that we are considering bird-friendly windows as we look at applications coming forward, as we wait for that, those to get finalized into our site plan controls moving forward, but I'll keep those in mind. And I know that you'll keep on me if I don't, so, but thank you both, and Councillor Rahman, I assure you that I continue to know that there are concerns about that Oxford Street corridor in Wonderland, and I haven't been able to convince the mayor that we should buy a property and give it to Costco to move so that you have less traffic there, but I know that as the master mobility plan rolls out, we'll have a lot more discussion about that too, so it's been a great year working with both of you.
Yeah, great place for a community center. Councillor Frank.
Now I have to add something, but ditto to all of that. And I also want to say thanks to staff as well, because I'll be heading off and I don't think I'll see you guys as often, much to your delight, but maybe I'll chat more with you guys offline. But I have appreciated working with your staff. They've been really delightful, so thank you. And you too, Heather.
Yeah, don't forget the clerk. Okay. Yeah, and thank you, Heather. And I assume you're going to be with us in the next iteration, so good. Okay, on that, I'll look for a motion to adjourn. Deputy Mayor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Rahman, and all in favor, hand vote.
Motion carried.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you.